Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. This is the public hearing and public meeting of the Committee of the Whole regarding resolutions number 250612, 250613, 250820, and 181014. I want to thank all of you for being here. Mr. Christmas, please call the roll.
Councilman Squilla. Councillady Gautier. Councilman Jones. Councilman Young. Councilman Driscoll. Councillady Lozada. Councillady Bass. Councilman Phillips. Councilman O'Neill. Councillady Gilmore Richardson. Councilman Thomas. Councilman Harity. Councillady Ahmad. Councillady Landau. Councillady Brooks. Councilman O'Rourke. Council President Johnson.
President, thank you. A quorum of this committee is present, and this hearing is now called to order. Mr. Christmas, will you please read the title of the resolutions?
Resolution 250612, appointing Nicole Conrad to the Board of Directors of the City Avenue Special Services District of Philadelphia and Lower Merion. Resolution 250613, reappointing Nathan Muchnick to the Board of Directors of the City Avenue Special Services District of Philadelphia and Lower Merion. Resolution 250820, appointing Mark Grayfay to the Board of Directors for the Old City Special Services District. And finally, Resolution 181014, calling for the Council Committee of the Whole to convene public meetings and public hearings pursuant to the Educational Supplement of the Philadelphia Home Rule Charter to review the administration, management, operations, and finances of the school district and adopt plans to coordinate the activities of the Board of Education, the mayor, and the City Council for the improvement and benefit of public education in Philadelphia.
Thank you very much. This morning, we will first consider 3 resolutions to appoint and reappoint directors to the City Avenue Old City Special Services District. After considering the City Avenue Old City appointment resolution, we will hear testimony resolution number 181014 to review the administration, management, operations, and finances of the school district of Philadelphia. Before we call our first witness, I would like to recognize Councilman Jones for any remarks he would like to make concerning the City Avenue Special Services District resolutions. Councilmember Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, listening audience, I want you to understand that we appreciate the neighborly interaction that the City Avenue Special Services District provides. I will also acknowledge that Catherine Gilmore Richardson, who is the at-large member, who happens to also be the ward leader up there, plays an integral part and gives input to the services district. And so what do? They are the business-related arm for organizing City Avenue. They were around when it used to be called City Line Avenue. And the reason that changed was that the relationship between Lower Merion and the county and Bala-Cynwyd was an important place that should not have as much division. What happens on one side of the street impacts what happens on the other side of the street. Shortly after that transition, there was a study done to see what things could we do to improve the quality of life, not just for the businesses, but the residents of the communities. They took on fights such as traffic calming, people speeding up and down the avenue. They took on issues of pill mills that were locating on City Avenue. They took on the issue of medical marijuana and commented on recreational marijuana. It's very different in other parts of my district than it is received there. And they have always been a champion for good. They provide security for businesses and residents that participate there. They co-represent with St. Joe's University and make sure those students that attend that university are safe. I want you to know that we appreciate these individuals that are appointed to the board that give of their time freely. They don't get paid to do this. They get paid in other ways by being a part of a good, solid neighborhood that has set the standard for other business districts throughout the city of Philadelphia. And I want them to know my sincere appreciation for what they do. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I'm going to also acknowledge Councilman Mark Squilla to speak on his appointment for the Old City Special Services District.
Thank you, Mr. President. And so on the lines of Councilmember Jones, as we appreciate the service and effort of all our members from the Old City District, and we know that it's a position that is held highly, but also is a volunteer position that really helps the community deal with the concerns, not only with the Old City District bid, but also with the community effort. So thank you so much and look forward to their appointments.
You're welcome. Mr. Christmas, can you call both witnesses to the actual table to testify?
Will please Mr. Brian Fenstermacher and Joe Iskowitz please come forward. Mr. Fenstermacher, please state your name for the record and begin with your testimony.
Good morning. My name is Brian Fenstermaker, President and CEO of City Avenue Special Service District of Philadelphia and Lower Merion. I'm here in support, and I've submitted my written testimony for resolutions number 250612 in support of Ms. Nicole Conrad of Presidential City, and the reappointment of Resolution 250613, the reappointment of Nathan Munchnick, who owns property on City Avenue. Like I said, I did submit my written testimony, and I'm happy to address any questions you may have about the potential candidates or the work that we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ickowitz, please begin your testimony.
Thank you, Council President. Good morning, Council President and all members of Council. My name is Job Itzkowitz. I'm the Executive Director of the Old City Special Services District. I'm here to testify in support of Resolution 250820, appointing Mark Grafe to the Board of the District. Similarly to my colleague to my left, I've submitted written testimony and happy to answer any questions in the interest of this very full room today.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from members of the committee? Chair recognizes Councilman Curtis Jones.
I've noticed on the other side of City Avenue, we're experiencing a lot of residential development. Can you tell us what that impact will be for the community, businesses, and Winfield and Bala Cynwyd?
Sure. We do have some, as you know, the Lord and Taylor has been taken down and will be 217 residential units, but along that will come around almost 20,000 square feet of retail space. But what is also interesting in the work that we're doing on that side is that we are taking down the super blocks and making sure that we're increasing the accessibility for multimodal use, so pedestrians and bikes. So every new project will have bike and walking lanes as well as new roads incorporated into those. As well as we did a retail study, an MSC retail study with a number for both sides, and have stressed for the development partners that we look at those retail leakages and make sure that we bring the right and proper uses of retail and commercial use to the district as a whole.
Any idea what's going to replace Chili's?
That is a $1 million question. It's always a great location for a bank, right? But we're working on that as well. But we will see some development on the one Belmont, which is the old GSB building. That'll be redeveloped probably starting in December. And that'll be more of a retail play with public space. But every new project that's coming on will have public space and amenities that'll serve the communities.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Majority Leader Catherine Gilmore Richardson.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. President, and thank you to my district council member and my colleague, Councilmember Curtis Jones Jr., who represents the 4th Council District. I want to thank you too, Brian, for the opportunity to meet with the individuals who are slated not only for reappointment, but also Nicole from Presidential and other representatives from their company. We appreciate the work that you are seeking to do to diversify the board. I have to continue to get that on the record. We are thankful that you did appoint Serena Quick, who is the owner of the Chick-fil-A. She's soon to celebrate her anniversary. I think it was this week. I think it was yesterday.
Yesterday.
Is it Monday?
Yesterday, yes.
Yesterday, yeah. She just celebrated her anniversary on City Avenue, and we are thankful that she is serving on the board. And I wanted to just uplift your efforts to continue to diversify the board. I had to put that on the record because there's not much diversity on the board. We know for reasons relative to who owns property on City Avenue, but also who has businesses on City Avenue as well. But as we continue to look for additional reappointments, I am imploring that we consider community members who may be able to serve on the board, who are, minorities. Particularly, we have not a lot of Black or Black women representation on the board. So I just wanted to put that on the record. But Brian has done a really good job in working with our community and coordinating with us and ensuring that there is increased diversity, looking through the couch cushions for folks. So I just wanted to uplift and support the efforts you are doing, and particularly recognizing our concerns on the Philadelphia side regarding being the repository for marijuana and liquor stores. While they're getting residential development and new business development on the Montgomery County side, we're getting liquor and marijuana. And I appreciate the work that you're doing to help us combat that as a community, and particularly the work over the summer that was happening. I am very appreciative of it, and I just wanted to thank you on the record for that, so that you hear that directly from me to you. And again, thank you to my district council person, my colleague, Councilmember Curtis Jones. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know that's not my area, and I respect the leadership of my member, Councilmember Jones, as well as Councilmember Gilmore Richardson. I do want to ask, though, a follow-up question to Councilmember Kathleen Gilmore Richardson, because I think the diversity of the board came up the last time we were in this very same room about the appointment. So is there a strategy and a plan so when you do come back in front of council, there may be some level of progress? Because I'm pretty sure the same questions were asked the last time we had this.
That's true. Yes, we've been working on it. So we definitely try to do a youth movement as well as working to diversify the board. The Presidential City is our largest property owner on the Philadelphia side, and they did not have representation on the board, and we did ask to try to get the best candidate possibly we could at the time. And this is what, Nicole serves at and has experience with Philadelphia and the Bellevue and other places. But we do that and make sure. I think we will be back hopefully with a replacement, and I want to thank you for recognizing Bernie Prezenica, who was our long-term board chair. We're hoping that his replacement will be announced sooner than later, and that would become before you as well. So we are trying to moves on that, but we will continue to look as well.
Thank you very much,
Yes.
Brian. I just want to acknowledge Joe Ikowitz just for your hard work and your dedication regarding Old City. And just briefly, what is your role in terms of the new Market East plan?
The new Market East plan, well, there's two, right? The city is wrapping up construction on Market Street in Old City. They actually just paved my block, the 200 block today. So paving is almost complete. I think the city will be announcing shortly that the project's probably 80% completion. And then I was invited to sit on the Market East Committee. So we've had one meeting and the press conference. I'm waiting for more meetings. And Brian is also on that committee as well.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you,
hails
Council
from a
President.
great part of the city known as South Philadelphia, and it's always good to see you, Joe.
A great ward, too.
Any other questions or comments from members of the committee? Hearing none, thank you very much for your
Thank you very much.
testimony. There being no further questions from members of the committee and no other witnesses on the list to testify on resolutions 250612, 250613, and 250820, we will now go into our public meeting to consider the action to be taken on those resolutions. Mr. Christmas, will you please take the roll?
Councilman Squilla. Council Lady Gaudier. Councilman Jones. Councilman Young. Councilman Driscoll. Council Lady Lozada. Council Lady Bass. Councilman Phillips. Councilman O'Neill. Council Lady Gilmore Richardson. Councilman Thomas. Councilman Harity. Council Lady Ahmad. Council Lady Landau. Council Lady Brooks. Councilman O'Rourke. Council President Johnson.
Present. The chair thanks Mr. Christmas. The quorum of the committee is present. The chair recognizes Councilmember Curtis Jones for a motion on resolution number 250612 and 250613.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that bills number 250612 and 250613 be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation, and further move that the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading at our next session of council.
Then the chair notes for the record that Councilmember the majority leader Kathleen Gilmore Richardson seconds the motion. It has been moved and properly seconded that resolution number 250612 and 250613 be reported from the committee with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it. The resolutions number 250612 and 250613 shall be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation. The chair recognizes Councilmember Squilla for a motion on resolution number 250820.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the resolution.
820.
What number?
250820.
250820 be reported.
Yeah, from this committee with favorable recommendation.
Is there a second? Second. The chair notes for the record that Councilmember Gilmore Richardson and Curtis Jones second the motion. It has been moved and properly seconded. The resolution number 250820 be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it. Resolution number 250820 shall be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation. We will now resume the public hearing on resolution number 181014.
The council lady.
The chair recognizes Councilmember Jamie Gautier.
Thank you, Council President. Can I be recorded as aye on the vote I missed?
It shall be duly noted. Mr. Christmas? We are now officially in our public hearing on resolution number 180014. At this time, I will call the 100th mayor of the city of Philadelphia, Sherelle L. Parker, to testify. We cool. Madam Mayor,
New microphones, Mr.
Oh, yeah.
President. This is different.
trying to turn it up a little bit. Madam Mayor, welcome back home as always, but please state your name for the record and please begin your testimony.
Thank you very much, Council President. My name is Sherelle Parker, and I am mayor of the city of Philadelphia. Council President Johnson, Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson, Majority Whip and Education Committee Chair Thomas, and all members of council, thank you for having me today in council chambers. And thank you for your unfailing commitment to public education. Our students, both district and charter, deserve our absolute best. And together, we are working to give them, Mr. President, exactly that. I also want to acknowledge Board President Reginald Streeter and members of the Board of Education who are with us on today. On a personal note, I want to say to President Streeter and Vice Chair Sarah Ashley Andrews and all members of the board, I am proud that you are the governing board for our school district of Philadelphia, and I am unapologetic about supporting you 1,001%. Thank you all so very much for your leadership. Mr. President, you've heard me and members of council have heard me joke a lot when I'm out, particularly at a national conference, whether it's the U.S. Conference of Mayors, the National League of Cities, some Bloomberg event, and everyone is always talking about, I hear three things. I hear people talk about our police commissioner in Kevin Bethel, our superintendent in Wildington, and now our chief public safety director, Adam Gear. And while I'm nice and, extend my hand and say, oh, it's an honor and a privilege to meet you, whenever they bring up one of those three names, my Philadelphia comes out of me, and I usually take my glasses off, and I say, thank you very much for your compliment, but don't you come near our police commissioner or our superintendent or public safety director. And it's with that spirit in mind, I want to say to our superintendent, Dr. Tony Watlington, I thank you, sir, for your vision and leadership. We know the progress made by our district, Mr. President. It would not be done without him and possible. And I want to say, give him a round of applause. Thank you, Superintendent Watlington. I start with mentioning the board and the superintendent because I want to affirm to the people of the city of Philadelphia that our partnership is strong, it's aligned, and we're delivering for our students. With that in mind, let me begin, Mr. President, with some good news. The School District of Philadelphia continues to make steady, measurable progress. Test scores are rising, attendance is improving, dropout rates are declining, and these gains reflect the dedication of our educators, our school staff, our families, and of course our students who continue to show us what they are capable of when we invest in them. This year's state budget also brought significant support for our district. I want to thank wholeheartedly our governor, Josh Shapiro, and our Philadelphia legislative delegation, especially Majority Chairman and House Appropriations Committee leader, Jordan Harris, along with our Senate Democratic Appropriations Chair, Vincent Hughes, and all members of the Philadelphia delegation for insisting that public education funding was non-negotiable and for fully delivering on the governor's budget request. With this budget, the General Assembly acknowledged its obligation to comply with the Commonwealth Court decision and live up to its constitutional obligations to our students. And so now there is no turning back. We expect nothing less than continued bipartisan support to fully close what we reference as the adequacy gap and to fairly fund our schools. Together with the school district, charter schools, higher education, and nonprofit leaders, we are also making progress to strengthening our educator workforce. And I'm really proud about this. We have set out to build a stronger teacher pipeline, support new teacher retention, and ensure our education workforce reflects the diversity of our students. And together, we are showing results. And every time I get a chance to come here, Mr. President, it's always important for me to affirm that an issue like ensuring the diversity of our teacher pipeline, it's a great opportunity for me to remind people that I am no Johnny-come-lately and or new to this advocacy. And so when I think about the work that we are doing here now within the school district and the city, it makes me reflect on the data. The teachers of color in the district and charter schools have grown to 38.5%. That's the highest rate that it's been since 2001. And this is largely driven by recruitment of teachers of color who represent nearly 57% of new hires citywide last school year. And so it makes me reflect on our partnership with the Center for Black Educator Development, led by Sharif El-Mekki. The school district and charter schools, they are helping to provide a pathway for high school students into the teaching profession. Quickly just have to, give this some context and connect the dots. The governor, in a very innovative fashion, created a stipend for student teachers in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. You know, as a certified secondary English teacher by profession, and I always remind people that I am NTE passed and praxis passed. And when I say that to educators, they know what I'm saying is I'm a real certified teacher. When the governor decides that he's going to give a stipend for student teachers, I reflect back to my time at Coatesville High School. That's where I did my student teaching when I was at Lincoln. So you give me a stipend while I'm going through that last year. You help me get through that season. You really have recruited me and gained my interest that I could potentially stay in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So the governor gives the stipend. Then we as a city of Philadelphia invest in this Center for Black Educator Development and their partnership with Dr. Wallington, President Streeter, and the school district. So now we have laid on the line in a tangible way, not a word about, oh, we have to strengthen the pipeline. But when I say we, that means the City Council of Philadelphia too, because that budget process that we go through, none of that is possible without the appropriations that the City Council of Philadelphia provides for the City of Philadelphia. I want you to know I'm absolutely clear about that. So when we talk about this success, Mr. President, you, Education Chairman, Whip, Majority Leader, and all members of council, you have to acknowledge that we're moving the needle in this direction as well, and we all have to talk about that together. I also want to affirm that thanks to a generous grant from the William Penn Foundation, we are creating a new debt-free pathway to a 4-year teaching degree for 40 Cato scholars at the Community College of Philadelphia. I'm talking about debt-free. I know sometimes when we talk about student loan debt and, people, it's not important, but if you look at the uncertainty that we see happening at the federal level and the restructuring of all of the student loan debt relief programs that we have in existence in our nation, particularly those that teachers were most likely to take advantage of, this becomes essential. This is how, in a very tangible way, an integrated and intentional approach with government, public sector, local government, the private sector, and the philanthropic community. This is how we make a difference without giving a speech, but we let our work and operationalizing this program speak for itself. And I'm proud, Mr. President, that we are well on our way. They shared with me in preparation for today that at our very first recruitment session, more than 100 Cattle Scholars expressed interest in becoming teachers. Now, to me, this proves something that is simple but extremely powerful. When we respect the profession and make it affordable for our young people, they will continue to choose. I know we're here to talk about education, Mr. President, but that student loan support, being able to get access to funding to get that 4-year degree, with Governor Shapiro's stipend, man, if they had access to some housing, I can only imagine what the pipeline would be like for somebody choosing to be a teacher and an educator in the city of Philadelphia. Next, Mr. President, I want to provide an update to the great progress of our extended day, extended year initiative, now speeding ahead in its second year with vitality. And the great thing about the second year is that you have proven impact. And I can't, Mr. President, move forward without saying a special thank you to my team in the Parker administration. Our efforts are led by our Chief Deputy Mayor, Vanessa Garrett Harley, our Chief Education Officer, Dr. Deborah Carrera, and Deputy Chief Education Officer and longtime data and research analyst, Sharon Ward. I want to say a special thank you to each of you for your work. And I'm grateful. To members of council, I want to say thank you too for your support of this initiative. In just 18 months, we have opened 40 extended day, extended year programs in schools. I've heard people say, well, what's different here? Isn't this just another after-school program? This is nothing. You've just, funded after-school programs and put a brand and put a fancy name on them. I would say those people aren't reading, Mr. President, because if they were, they would know that extended day, extended year is a comprehensive reimagining of how we use out of school time to support working parents, strengthen children's connections to school, and help students discover who they are. Each extended day, extended year school offers before and after school care, high quality enrichment in areas like robotics, dance, digital media, and music. And this year, we have added something that any parent who's here today knows how essential this is. We have added tutoring for individual students, new academic programs to support their student support and learning. And why is this important? If you've ever traveled to the main line and looked at the structure of mainline, even public institutions or private institutions, and sometimes we would say, well, how does it appear that one group is performing, extremely well and another group isn't? Mr. President, the extra support that those parents pay for those programs, like Kumon, right? Like Kumon, it's a wonderful program. And here I was thinking that, why are you not picking up the math as quickly as I would like to see you? And I'm thinking about all the young people who are performing, and finally the parents who've been engaged since their children were 2 and 3. I said, wow, I'm behind here. They said, oh, well, John and Mary have been in the program since they were 2 years old. I said, I never heard of Kumon before. So whenever someone is attempting to affirm, why would you even add tutoring to this extended day, extended year program? That's exactly why. What does this mean? These schools are open all year. Yes, So wait, all year, this sounds a little bit about your promise to the people of the city of Philadelphia when you talked about your year-round educational model. You're absolutely right, Mr. President. I couldn't stop people from trying to politically weaponize, when I said year-round, access to year-round public education, and they were saying, oh, she wants to keep teachers, in the classroom and students locked in classrooms year-round. They weren't paying attention and or reading the specifics about what we were recommending. So with schools being open all year, 6 weeks of summer programming that combines academic instruction with certified teachers to prevent Appropriations Chairman Vincent Hughes, because I never suffered from the I know-it-all. I've never had the know-it-all syndrome. So it was Appropriations Chairman Senator Vincent Hughes who told me about this concept called the summer slide. And it is what happens to our children who weren't engaged in formalized, structured activity during the summer to help them retain what they've learned throughout the school year. But it also includes some fun. Because fun and happiness and joy, even joy, Mr. President, joy should be a part of that process as well. So, and engaging in camp programs. So it's important to affirm, now here we are, none of these programs are mandated. We just want to repeat it for the record, Mr. President. None of the programs are mandated. Every program is free and voluntary. Now, we've had good success in the first year. The data shows that extended year, extended day students are attending school more often than the non-extended day, extended year enrolled peers. Additionally, parents are expressing satisfaction with our programming. And Mr. President, you and I have worked together long enough to know, and you know that I'm not just reading data and stats that they give to me, as a report. You know I'm going out to those programs and I'm meeting those principals and teachers and program, operators and the students to see exactly what is happening here. So 10 of our 40 extended day, extended year schools are charter schools because my administration is committed to supporting all of Philadelphia students. Now, members of council, I just had to stop right here for a second because I want to affirm to all of you that I was really shocked when we were developing this program and people told me what backlash I was going to feel, Mr. President, from the public, because this would be the first time that the city of Philadelphia has actually appropriated and sent funding for programming to charter schools. Usually we can only invest in our traditional public schools. And Mr. President, I tell them about the first crisis that we had about that mass shooting. I can remember being at 5 Points. It was a charter school engaged and a traditional public school engaged. And it was the first time that I had to face parents who had actually lost children and then their friends who had all been impacted. And when I went to the one school, the traditional public, and then I went to the charter, I said to Tiffany, Sincere, and my team during that time, I said, Dr. Carrera, Sharon, these are all our children. They all live in the city of Philadelphia. Their parents work here. These are our stakeholders too. So we should be working hard to make sure that they have access to this opportunity as well. And I stand 10 toes down, Mr. President, about that decision making today. I won't allow people to pit traditional publics versus charter schools. It shouldn't be in the city of Philadelphia. Beyond that, Mr. President, beyond the numbers, I do want to speak to the heart of this initiative, because I remember, I don't remember specifically the language. It wasn't my baby, but when we rolled out this program, I think somebody, they called it my little toy or my little, just like it was, just a little initiative that didn't mean anything. I want them to think about this. When a child builds a robot, choreographs a dance, learns to play an instrument, creates a video game, or shines on the soccer field, something transformative happens, Mr. President. they begin to see themselves differently. And that is where I was reminded of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s teaching on, the first time I heard this word, I thought somebody was going to attribute it to our great civil rights leader, Jesse Jackson. Prayer out to Reverend Jackson and his family during this time. But it was the first time I had heard the word somebodyness. And I was like, somebodyness? Somebodyness is not a word. I've never heard anybody say that before. But Dr. King was teaching and giving a presentation at a high school. And he was talking to the students about the importance of having something that no one could take away from you once you have it. And he described it as being a sense of somebodyness. That's what those things allow our children to have. We are helping students, no matter their race, class, or socioeconomic status, zip code, religion, sexual orientation, or identity. We are empowering them to have a sense of somebodyness, and I'm really happy about that. When I visited an extended day, extended year school last week, one young student, while showing me how to use an electrical current to move a fan, told me, I like this project because I'm good at STEM. I said, well, why? They just affirmatively said, I like this project because I'm good at STEM. And it said to me, this program has already helped to plant that sense of somebodyness within that young person, because through their ability to make this science project work, they felt that naturally. That's what we call helping to put people on a path to self-sufficiency. In addition, Mr. President, I have set out in our administration to close what I reference as the enrichment gap. I want our students to have the same opportunities that children enjoy in the suburbs. Now, some people say, well, is that competition? I don't care what you call it. If it's good enough for the main line, it's good enough for students in the school district of Philadelphia, and we should all be working to close that enrichment gap. It's extremely important to me. Why? Because every student deserves a fair chance. Groundbreaking new research confirms what I know in my heart, and that is that the opportunity gap prevents our young people from accessing their potential and closing that gap. It's one of the best tools available to support student success. We also continue to evolve the extended day, extended year model to meet the needs of families. I will never forget meeting with Dr. Watlington about the program, and Dr. Watlington, every time we finished a quarter in the school year, he would say, well, our principals, they're talking to our parents, they're getting feedback about our parents, they're saying they want more of this and less of that, and this will help them more than that would. That is how operationalizing a program should work. So this year, we launched the expansion of the One Philadelphia Produce Project. What is that, Mr. President? That's bringing fresh, high-quality produce directly to families at their children's school. Now, somebody is saying, yes, you know, we just dealt with a SNAP crisis and we're still reeling from it right now. But I want the record to reflect that Dr. Carrera, Sharon, Vanessa Garrett Harley, Superintendent Watlington, Board Chair Streeter, all of this, with the building of this program, this was in the works long before we got to crisis mode, because we were talking directly to parents and they were telling us about what they needed. And the public-private partnerships. I know sometimes if my administration is working to build something out, Mr. President, people say that we take too long. And it's because we know that local government, we have limited revenue generating capacity. We can't do it all by ourselves. We need local, state, federal government working together, but public-private partnerships, it's where it's at, Mr. President. And so much of our work can be strengthened by having those public-private partnerships. It's with that in mind that I want to say that thanks to a generous donation from Aramark, because they didn't have to. that bridged the funding gap. The One Philadelphia Produce Project now reaches 43 extended day, extended year, and community schools across the city of Philadelphia. And I want us to give Aramark a huge round of applause. Thank you, Aramark. You didn't have to, but we thank you for your corporate leadership. Mr. President, when I served in the State House, when we served in the State House, I know I had the opportunity to visit many schools, and Councilmember Driscoll, you probably took those tours with the policy committee when we were traveling across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to different counties, both urban, rural, and suburban. But I do remember asking myself from time to time, why not us? Why not us? Why shouldn't Philadelphia children have access to the robotics, the sports, the music, the science, the world-class tutoring, and quite frankly, modern school buildings? So with this extended day, extended year program, we are bringing these opportunities to Philadelphia families free of cost. Directly. We're not asking any questions. If you were there, if you are in the schools and you want to participate, you can just sign up to participate. And it's this part, Mr. President, that brings me to our facilities. We are about to engage in an important but challenging conversation about modernizing Philadelphia public schools. And we know that some change will have to occur. As mayor of this city, I will tell you, Mr. President, when the lens requires that you see things, holistically, I know that change is hard. And I want every parent to know that I want what every parent wants for our children, to have something better than what we had. I love my schools. William Rowan Elementary School at 19th and Haynes, Austin Meehan Middle School at Ryan and Sandy Ford Avenue, the Parkway Center City program at 1118 Market Street. I love those schools because they, along with those educators and the administrators, they helped to shape me, Mr. President. They helped to build the woman who sits here before you as mayor of the city of Philadelphia. Were it not for those teachers who became a part of my village, I wouldn't be sitting here today. But we are not dishonoring the past by admitting that we can and should do better for the next generation. We honor them and we lift them up to prepare our students for 21st century careers. They need 21st century facilities, buildings that they can be proud of, schools that can offer them the education that they need to succeed. And just because a building may no longer be suitable for a school, it can and should still have a purpose. Councilmember Bass and I recently sat together in an emotional public meeting following the reported death of one of our Philadelphia daughters, the late and dynamic Miss Kata Scott and her family. And we listen, and I ask us all to keep them in prayer, because now is when the real grieving process will begin for them. And we promised as the city of Philadelphia that we won't leave them. We will continue to be here to support them, and we make good on that commitment, Mr. President. But when we were in Councilmember Bass's district for that meeting, Senator Art Haywood was there, Philadelphia Delegation Chairwoman Morgan Cephas were there. We did a whole lot of listening, and we listened to a community grieving but expressing clearly grave concerns about vacant buildings that have been left idle for years without a comprehensive plan to decide what would happen to these vacant buildings. I want to state for the record so that everyone is clear about where I, as mayor of the city of Philadelphia, stand. And I really want to spend here a special shout out to our appropriations chairman in the House, Jordan Harris. You know, he and I have we've had Lots and lots of conversations about this, along with Senate Appropriations Chairman Vincent Hughes. I pledge 1,001% to work with Dr. Watlington, President Streeter, all members of the board to ensure, Mr. President, that in partnership with you, and you and I have talked about this, working together to ensure that we have a comprehensive plan. And I know you, Education Chair Min Thomas, have been laser focused on this. And I want to recognize the role and the space that you have been in and the work you've done, calling for us to address this issue. But we need to create a comprehensive plan for repurposing every underutilized school building in the city of Philadelphia, and that plan will have to include housing, and that includes housing for public servants and educators who deserve to live in the communities that they serve, along with thinking about access to the repurposing of those buildings to aid us in our desire to build affordable and workforce housing here in the city of Philadelphia with our $2 billion home program. So, Mr. President, for anyone, again, who wants to pigeonhole this facilities conversation as just being President Streeter, the board, and the school district of Philadelphia, I would argue that that's narrow-minded thinking. Mr. President, now is the time for us to take a comprehensive approach. This council of the city of Philadelphia, we just passed and invested in dollars for housing. We did that together, not just Sherelle Parker, Mr. President, not even just you, but we did that, working together. Now, the school district will have to play a role in it. For members of the public, I want to affirm this. I support Dr. Watlington and President Streeter enough that I'm going to fight tooth and nail to make sure no one attempts to bring them into any political fights where they are choosing this over that. I've said to Dr. Watlington, I have said to President Streeter, you manage the school district, you lead the governance of the board. I don't do that work on a daily basis, and I won't attempt to micromanage you. That is not my style. It's not what I do, but the one where I will put my foot down is I won't allow anybody to manipulate our superintendent and or our school board and or president to tell them you have to endorse this strategy this way and or this, or else we're going to find a way to create mayhem and havoc in your lives on a daily basis. I will stand up and denounce of that kind of bullying whenever I see it, Mr. President, and it was incumbent upon me on today to put that on the record. That's not Dr. Watlington, that's not President Streeter, that's what I, Sherelle Parker, as mayor of the city of Philadelphia, want to make sure that I've owned. Finally, I want to leave us with this. We've made real progress, but we are not done. We are a city united for our children, and every student in Philadelphia, no matter their background or their circumstance, they deserve our very best. And I want to make sure, and Councilmember Driscoll and Councilmember Jones, I've been, overall, and Mr. President, I'm looking forward to continuing working with the City Council on our home program. Mr. President, we want to make sure that we're answering every question, we're getting where we need to go so that we can work on getting this done now. But Councilmember Driscoll and Councilmember Jones, Councilmember Phillips, who represents the 9th District, I want to say this, and Councilmember, Majority Leader, Catherine Gilmore Richardson, who is now the ward leader, the political leader of the mighty 52nd Ward. I am unapologetic about making sure that constituents represented by you, and I didn't bring it with me today because Joe Grace told me I couldn't bring it with me, but I was going to call out the zip codes and the names of the neighborhoods that each of you represent in those communities. And what I wanted to say to them is that just like with our children here in the school district of Philadelphia, we won't leave those zip codes and those neighborhoods out. Councilmember Gilmore Richardson, residents of the mighty 52nd Ward, they should not be left out of any investment that we we make in the city of Philadelphia. I don't care if we're talking about public education, and I don't care if we're talking about housing. We have to find a way to make sure every community can be lifted up with the work that we are doing. So I won't let us pit one against the other. That goes against the spirit and intent of that thing that everybody laughs at me about because I'm so laser focused on building it, and that is one Philly, a united city. So Mr. President, I want you to know, sir, I want to get the yes in everything that we do. And Mr. President, I can't do it alone. I've said yes to a whole lot, Mr. President. Sometimes I wonder if you tell members of this body how much we actually really say yes to. But I know we can't get anything accomplished without you and without this body. There are people right now, I don't care if we're talking about education, I don't care if we're talking about the school facilities plan and what the next steps are going to be. I don't care about the issue that's now been raised because of the tragedy associated with Kata Scott. Like, what are you doing with these buildings that have been vacant for 10 and 15 years? What are you doing, School District of Philadelphia? And why don't you get, that debt off of your balance sheet? All of it, Mr. President, requires us to be together. There are some folks who, for political reasons, and I got to say this on the record, I wouldn't be me if I didn't, they want to weaponize this. Now is the time. Let's find a way to pit the council and the mayor against each other. This is the time when, we can show the deficit of what's not happening in the city of Philadelphia. Mr. President, I respect you and your leadership. I've said it 1,001 times, and I don't care who's been in the audience when I've said it. You've been there, and sometimes you've not been there. As mayor of the city of Philadelphia, I will fail the vision, the agenda, everything that I've said I'm committed to doing as mayor. None of it is possible, Mr. President, without you and I working and walking in lockstep. And I understand for you that the way you make clear to me every time I come up for our meetings that we can't work together and be successful unless the interests and the needs and desires of the 16 other members of City Council who you represent, unless their needs are being met. Mr. President, you stay true and authentic to what you do. I'm doing my best to do that along with my team. And I want to see us get to yes, public education, housing, and any and everything that we're doing. Thank you so very much for your time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One second.
He's got a question. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry, Mr. President.
Small question or two.
Yes.
Before we do the clapping.
Yes, sir.
Well, one, obviously, thank you for your leadership. Thank you for being here today. And I wanted to just acknowledge, one, your leadership when you do public-private partnership, and wanted to acknowledge Joe Neubauer and the Neubauer Foundation, the partnership that you have with him regarding
That deserves a round of applause.
Philadelphia, the work that you are doing regarding the Philadelphia Academy of School Leaders, particularly with principals. And so I want to acknowledge to affirm that. And also, just a small question, I think my team will get into a deeper detail as we go throughout the hearing. When we talk about the tutoring with extended day, which I think is a great model, so I like that how you made extended day comprehensive.
Thank you.
Of all schools. Just want to say that for the record, because all parents should have opportunity to have choice. Give me an idea of, could we make it mandatory in the future? Just wanted to ask, as a part of the expectations of our educational culture here in the city of Philadelphia. And then also, in terms of the tutoring component, which I think is awesome, right? What firms are we utilizing to provide the tutoring to our young people? Those are the only two questions that I have.
So, where's Dr. Watlington City? Let me look at Dr. Watlington. I want to be very, very clear, Mr. President. We worked through a collective bargaining process with the Philadelphia Federation of Teachers. So I want to leave here in affirming that we are not attempting to mandate that our teachers are mandated to do anything associated with sort of tutoring, because we know the great work that they do throughout the day. But I want to affirm what you said this way, and I hear you. I would love, Mr. President, and I think parents in the school district of Philadelphia would welcome mandated tutoring and homework help after school in every school in the city of Philadelphia. The one thing I would say, Mr. President, and Rob DeBoe and Sabrina aren't here, but I know the one thing if they were here, they would probably be giving me the side eye, because we'll be saying, we need to talk with the district about costing out what the president just requested. And I know Dr. Watlington, when he gets here, you ask him the same question, I'm sure I know what the answer is going to be. Yes, 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 and yes, because even before we began to build tutoring into our extended day, extended year, Dr. Watlington already had access to tutoring as a part of his goals for the school district of Philadelphia. So I would love to explore that fiscally. And Mr. President, maybe you just laid out the next meeting between yourself and Chairman Harris and Speaker McClinton and Chair McHughes and Senator Picozzi and Representative It's Representative White. I'm sorry, it was a brain freeze charged to my head and not my heart. Maybe, Mr. President, you just laid down nice for these extended day, extended year schools, but homework help and tutoring, and people might laugh at that until you and I have young children, and if anybody thinks that the math coming home is the math.
Eureka math, I didn't know what that was.
If you think it's the same math, it is not, so we will cost that out. Another thing, Mr. President, you just said, I don't have that list, and I'm going to ask our team, Dr. Carrera and Sharon Ward, if right now, while this meeting is going on, if they will get back to their offices and get a list, Mr. President, of all of the vendors who are providing the services, because we should get them on the record. But this is something I was shocked at. We were in your district at Childs?
Childs, my former elementary school, yes.
You went to Childs?
Childs Elementary School, yes.
I was there for the first time, Mr. President. I got a chance to see the young people in action and meet the providers. It was amazing. It was technology. They were, My Set of Champions was the name of the provider there. The children were role-playing with who was conducting the interview and then who was the sports athlete. They were learning about how to use the technology and get the microphone set up. And then I talked to teachers, the principal, but the parents who were talking about the program and how they used to have to try to run from work to get to the school, before it closed without, causing the principal and the administrators any challenges because they would usually be late, so they were telling me about how valuable it was. But something magical happened at another school. I think we were at Richard Wright in North Philadelphia. Legacy. Now, we remember Legacy when it was first started. I remember it as Arthur Ashe. You remember, and then they changed their name to Legacy. So Legacy is the provider there. I'm getting ready to leave and walk out. The principal says, did you know that some of our parents of the children being served by extended day, extended year, are now employed by the providers? Okay. Did you hear what I just said? Students who are getting services from Legacy, the provider at the school providing the before, after school, winter break, summer break, spring break programming, their parents are now employed with Legacy to assist in operationalizing the program. So, Mr. President, I think this could be something that this is access to economic opportunity for all. This is putting people on a path to self-sufficiency. This is supporting our young people. So you push, as usual, you push in the envelope, and we have to make sure that we explore it. We just have to cost it out and let other people know that we need them. Finally, Mr. President, I want to leave on this. You mentioned a gentleman that we've relied on in the city of Philadelphia for a great number of years. And for those of you who are familiar with Aramark, when you heard Council President Johnson mention Joe Neubauer, there are some who still associate Joe Neubauer, who was our longtime leader, corporate leader at Aramark, who exploded its market share and turned it into a global firm. So thank you for affirming the work with the school district and the investment that Joe Neubauer, his wife Jeanette, the Neubauer Foundation have made. Both charters, traditional publics. I see some of the academy principals, folks who went through that program in the room. But Philadelphia, if you never understood why public-private partnerships are essential, talk to Police Commissioner Bethel. Look at the stats in our improvement in reducing homicides and violent crime in the city of Philadelphia, and the different way that you see our police department governing itself and the leadership. And it's due to a great deal of investment from the philanthropic community. Why? When detectives had that huge caseload, something people don't talk about out loud because we usually never lift up the good, is part of the reason why they were having challenges is because they weren't even issued cell phones. They were using their own personal cell phones. It was the Neubauer Foundation that funded that technology and supported them. In addition to that, the guardians, not warriors mindset that people have often connected and tied to policing. Commissioner Bethel would often state that I need professional development for my managers, my leaders in the departments, captains, inspectors. Well, thanks to the generosity of the Neubauer Foundation and Joe Neubauer, the University of Pennsylvania created a master's level program so that our law enforcement leaders in the Philadelphia Police Department can get the professional development necessary to see their roles outside of the traditional policing and law enforcement model. And it's a perfect example of anyone, even when I begin to think about the facilities process and how we're going to have to move forward and the tough decisions that we'll have to make in the future, Mr. President, we will need the philanthropic community along with the private sector to assist us. And I don't apologize, Philadelphia, for saying to you that intergovernmental cooperation and planning, local, state, and federal, along with public-private partnerships, are the foundation for Philadelphia's future success. And Joe Neubauer and the Neubauer Foundation, thank you for being our anchor.
And one last part is that my team and your team is working to make sure, because you mentioned it, that we don't do an either or, but an and as we address homes, so we can make sure districts such as Jones and Phillips and Driscoll's and Gaudier's are addressed comprehensively. And so we're working on the and so we can get to a yes. But most importantly, we thank you for your leadership. We thank you for your hard work and working on behalf of the children as we address the issue of academic achievement here in the city of Philadelphia. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So at this moment, I want to take a moment to acknowledge and welcome our school superintendent. Thank him for being here, Dr. Tony Wallington. Let's give him a round of applause. And I also want to acknowledge the hard work of our chairman, Reginald Streeter, and his board members. Give them a round of applause, please. At this time, Mr. Christmas, can you please call the first panel?
Would Board of Education President Reginald Streeter please come forward? And also Superintendent of the School District, Mr. Tony Watlington, please come forward. So you good?
Good morning. Thank you for being here. Please state your name for the record, and you may begin with your testimony.
My name is Reginald Streeter. I'm the president of the Philadelphia Board of Education, joined by other board members. Before I get started, I'd be remiss if I didn't say thank you to you personally, Chairman Thomas, Majority Whip as well. Your advocacy and your willingness to put skin in the game is very much appreciated. You've helped us with Project Rise. You've been on the project team for our facilities, and you meet with us once a month, and I can affirm for the public you do so in good faith, in a way that's pragmatic, seeking to address issues and not just throw rocks at them. So I want to say this publicly. Thank you for the role that you've played as chairman of education of the city of Philadelphia. So with that, good morning, everybody. Mayor Parker, who's here in spirit now, Council President Johnson, Majority Whip, Chairman Thomas, Education Chair Thomas, Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson, Minority Leader Brooks, and the rest of City Council and City Council leadership. I bring you greetings from the Board of Education. Thank you for inviting the Board of Education and Dr. Tony B. Watlington Sr., our superintendent in the School District of Philadelphia, to share key updates on our work since the last time we were together. I'm joined today by our colleagues on the board, Vice President Sarah Ashley Andrews to my left, Board Member Crystal Cubbage, Board Member Cheryl Harper, Board Member Whitney Jones, Board Member Chow Wing Lam, Board Member Wanda Novalis, Board Member Joan Stern, Board Member Joyce Wilkerson, and again, I am the President of the Philadelphia Board of Education. Thank you again for taking the time to be here with us today. We truly appreciate your partnership and an ongoing commitment to Philadelphia students and families. Meetings like this is an important opportunity for us to come together, reflect on our shared priorities, and continue building, Chair Thomas, on the progress we've made together. Before we begin our update, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the tragic loss of Kata Scott. On behalf of the board, I extend our deepest condolences to her family and loved ones. I personally made prayers to the ancestors and to the Creator to send whatever energy that they deem necessary to help that family with their grief. So I just wanted to do that on the record. In the wake of the heartbreaking situation, though, I want to sincerely thank Mayor Parker and our city partners for their swift and coordinated response. The city worked closely with the district to ensure the grounds at the former Ada Lewis School building were cleaned and secured as quickly as possible. We are grateful for that collaboration. Our mayor just talked about intergovernmental collaboration. I think we saw it in action, and for the sense of urgency that everyone brought to this work. This is a powerful example of what we can achieve when we act together, and we look forward to building this partnership as we address future challenges across our city. As a reminder, the Board of Education is made up of 9 volunteer members who dedicate countless hours to serving our students and school communities. Each board member brings unique expertise, lived experiences, and perspectives, and that diversify, and the diversity of thought makes us a stronger, more effective board. I would like to take a moment to thank all of our board members for their service, leadership, and commitment to keeping students at the center of every decision. I truly believe that this board's work is positioning the school district to reach new heights in our 207th year. launching our district into the stratosphere. Next slide, and please, I will pass it over to my Vice President, Sarah Ashley Andrews.
Thank you, President Streeter. Here's a quick overview of what we'll cover today. We'll begin by grounding ourselves in the board's vision, mission, goals, and guardrails, the foundation to everything we do. Then we'll highlight recent progress towards these goals. We'll share updates on our Parent and Community Advisory Council, which continues to deepen engagement across our city. Next, we'll provide a look into the work of our charter school office and how we're strengthening our authorizing practices. And finally, we'll close with an update on the board's advocacy efforts and our ongoing push for equitable funding for our Philadelphia students. Next slide, please. Before we dive into the details, it's important to ground ourselves in why we're here. The board's vision is to prepare students to imagine and realize any future they desire. The board's mission is that all sectors of public education in Philadelphia will work with urgency to provide every student with the opportunity to achieve positive life outcomes in partnership with diverse families, educators, and community members who are valued and respected. The vision and mission guide everything we do, from the policies we adopt to the way we monitor progress towards our student outcomes. Next slide. The implementation of goals and guardrails has made the board more efficient and effective by sharpening our focus on student outcomes and how we govern toward them. This framework clearly defines what we want students to know and be able to do. It also established a consistent process for monitoring this progress. Each month, the board reviews data on key indicators to understand how students are performing and whether we are moving closer to our desired outcomes. This regular monitoring is an investment in accountability, ensuring that our conversations and decisions remain grounded in evidence and aligned with our goals for our students. And with that, I'll pass it back to President Streeter.
Thank you, Vice President. And this is a part of the presentation I'm exceedingly excited about. There are many who say our babies can't learn. There are many who say our babies can't do math, but I think we are proving that our babies can do anything. And by leading with goals and guardrails, we're already seeing results. Grade 3 math proficiency has increased 12.9 percentage points over the past 3 years, including a 6.3% gain this past year alone. Across grades 3 through 8, math proficiency is up 8 to 6 points over 3 years, with a 3.1 increase this past year. College and career readiness is also improving, with 57% of students scoring competent or advanced on the NOCTI exam, surpassing our annual targets, Chairman Thomas. And while literacy outcomes are not yet where we want them to be, we've seen stability and slight growth, even as national data shows declines. All of this demonstrates that the goals and guardrails are not just improving how the board governs, they're driving real measurable progress for Philadelphia students. I'd be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to some of the people who this could not happen without. I believe we have some principals in the room and Dr. Robin Cooper who are here. Can we give them a round, please? And while these increases, there's more work to do, but for every child that is on the road to being proficient, that's one more child who, as Mr. Neubauer, we discussed about, children who can potentially gain access to jobs such as shipbuilding and ship welding. If a child can't do math on grade level, if a child is not proficient in ELA or doesn't have a working understanding of science, they may not be able to get jobs such as those, high-paying jobs that don't require college degrees. So this work matters. Now I'll pass it on to Board Member Harper for a few board updates.
Thank you, Reverend President Streeter. The Board, Parent, and Community Advisory Council has been hard at work, strengthening our connection to families and neighborhoods across Philadelphia. The advisory members have been attending community meetings, setting up tables at events, and actively listening to families, educators, stakeholders to gather valuable insight. They bring this feedback directly to the board, helping us to better understand community perspectives and use that input to inform our decision-making. Thanks to the work of these 14 dedicated members, the board is able to deepen our community engagement and ensure that our priorities reflect the voices of those we serve. We look forward to continuing to activate this group as our ears on the ground, helping to surface community needs and ideas that guide us in making the best possible decisions for Philadelphia students. Next slide, please. Since our last meeting, the board has continued to commit to visiting schools across the city. We recently visited 2 charter schools, Universal Creighton Charter School and Keystone Academy Charter School, to see firsthand the work happening inside the classrooms. These visits allow us to observe curriculum in action, see how educators are engaging students, and experience the learning environment of our young people that are thriving. Each visit deepens our understanding of both the successes and challenges within our schools and helps inform our decision-making at the governance level. The board looks forward to continuing school regular visits to the district and charter schools because being in schools, talking with educators, and engaging directly with students keeps us grounded in the reality of the work and centered on student outcome. Please advance to the next slide, and I will pass it back to President Streeter.
Thank you, my fellow Germantown alum. Thank you for that. Ensuring that the school district of Philadelphia is adequately funded remains paramount for this board. Over the past several months, I've personally begun convening with other school board presidents from across the Commonwealth, including those from Pittsburgh, Erie, and Johnstown, just to name a few. What began as a conversation to ensure we're aligned in our advocacy for fair and adequate school funding has grown into an ongoing network of leaders committed to advancing the resources our students so desperately need to thrive. This coalition of board presidents is invaluable, and together we are working to ensure that the voices of our students and communities are heard by state leaders who are making critical decisions about the future of the public good and the personal right that we all know as public education in the state of Pennsylvania. As you all know, Philadelphia currently faces a $1.2 billion adequacy gap, and that doesn't count for inflation or what it will be the longer we wait for adequacy. Again, we appreciate the increases this year from the state. But that said, the difference between what our students have today and what they need just to meet basic educational standards is still there. That gap translates into larger class sizes, fewer STEM and career training opportunities, outdated textbooks and technology, and limited access to supports and extracurriculars that help students thrive. Despite real progress in recent years, this lack of stable and fair funding threatens the district's ability to sustain improvement and requires us yearly to do what we call trend borrowing, which requires us every year to pay back a debt service, which could translate into some of the same resources I just mentioned a minute ago. And while the board has worked diligently to strengthen financial stewardship, I think there might be some good news on the horizon about our management of the public's dime, including advancing a balanced budget and moving the district away from the structural deficits it once faced and in the past was the impetus for a state takeover. We cannot close the adequacy gap through reasonable budgeting alone. Without fair funding our system, Philadelphia students in both district and charter schools will continue to shoulder the burden of an unconstitutional system that undermines their potential and our shared progress. And again, I restate this public good and personal right that all of our babies deserve, not just here in Philly, but in this state. Please advance the next slide. As we begin our charter schools update, just a reminder that the Board of Education remains committed to ensuring that every public school option in Philadelphia, district and charter, prepares students to imagine and realize any future they so desire. Now I will hand it over to Board Member Jones.
Good morning. Thank you, President Streeter. As a board, we are committed to prioritizing student outcomes and ensuring that every child, whether attending a district school or a charter school, has access to educational opportunities that enable them to thrive. The board continues to support expanding options that increase access to high-quality seats and help students build strong academic foundations. Earlier this year, the board voted to approve the addition of seats at Greenwoods Charter School and approve the opening of Early College Charter School. Greenwoods has demonstrated its ability to provide high-quality education to students. And Early College's model is designed to expand opportunities for young people across Philadelphia, preparing students for college and career success beginning in middle school and offering the chance to earn college credits and industry-recognized certifications before graduation. It is also important to acknowledge that we are preparing for the closure of Universal Vare Charter School. The school's board of directors made the difficult decision not to pursue charter renewal following the 25-26 school year, following a comprehensive review of enrollment patterns, demographic shifts, and the impact on their ability to maximize programming for students. We commend the school's leadership for taking a proactive student-first approach and remain confident in the school district's ability to support students and families through this transition. Next slide, please. In September, the Charter Schools office led by Chief Pong Chow hosted the 2025 Fall Charter Schools convening, bringing together charter leaders from across the city. This convening introduced participants to the National Charter Schools Institute, which is partnering with us on the development of a new charter school performance framework. This is a part of the Project Rise initiative. The board was pleased to attend, hear early year accomplishments, and engage directly with charter school leaders on how we can strengthen our authorizing practices. Next slide, please. Through Project Rise, the board is building a stronger and more transparent system of accountability for all charter schools in Philadelphia. In October 2024, at the board's direction, the Charter Schools Office launched Reimagining School Excellence, or Project Rise, a multi-phase initiative to refine the charter school performance framework, which evaluates the academic, organizational, and financial health of all brick-and-mortar charter schools. We know that accountability metrics must evolve over time. Project Rise is designed to help us reimagine how authorizing should evolve to best support students and to strengthen one unified system of public education in Philadelphia. Since launching this work, we moved through phase one, which focused on gathering insights from charter leaders, school communities, partners, and national experts to clearly define the goals and needs of the next iteration of the framework. We are now in phase two, which includes a comprehensive landscape analysis, continued stakeholder engagement, and the involvement of our external consultant, the National Charter Schools Institute. The Institute will study national charter authorizing best practices and develop recommendations for an updated performance framework. Surveys and focus groups with students, families, and educators are currently underway to ensure that the voices of those most directly impacted will shape this work. If all remains on track, the board anticipates adopting an updated charter school performance framework by spring 2026, a significant milestone in advancing accountability, transparency, and excellence across Philadelphia's charter sector. After an updated performance framework is adopted, phase three will begin. That phase will focus on ensuring that all authorizing policies and procedures are aligned with the updated framework and continue to emphasize transparency and consistency. Thank you, and I will now turn it back over to President Streeter.
Thank you, Board Member Jones. The work of educating our city's young people is complex and deeply collaborative. It requires alignment, trust, and shared purpose across every level of government and every corner of our community. We are grateful to the mayor, city council, and all of our partners for ongoing support, advocacy, and partnership in advancing educational equity and opportunity. Together, we are building a stronger foundation for Philadelphia public education system, one that ensures every student can imagine and realize any future they so desire. Thank you for your partnership, everybody, your leadership, and your shared belief in our potential of our students. With that, I'll hand it over to Dr. Watlington.
Thank you, President Streeter. Good morning, Council Education Chair Thomas and Council Whip Thomas, as well as to all the members of council, including Minority Leader Brooks, Minority Whip O'Rourke, and all members of council. It's a pleasure to be here with President Streeter and Vice President Andrews this morning. Slide, please. We'll be as brief as possible, Mr. Chairman, so we can get to the feedback and questions. Today, we'll provide you with an overview of the district results that President Streeter referenced. We'll tell you how we're doing with regard to Mayor Parker's priorities in education, as well as an update on the budget process, upcoming fiscal year 26 budget process, as well as an update on the facilities master plan before we take your feedback and questions. Slide, please. I want to begin by acknowledging that we are absolutely in this together, and we appreciate that partnership that Mayor Parker talked about between the school district, government, the city council, public and private partners. Together, we've made some significant progress relative to the Board of Education's vision and mission that Vice President Andrews so eloquently talked about earlier. So let's get right into the results and next steps. Slide, please. I want to begin by noting that every 2 years in the United States of America, there's one test, and only one, that's given across all 50 states in the United States and 28 urban districts. And that's the nation's report card, specifically known as the National Association of Educational Progress. It's given every 2 years as mandated by the U.S. Congress since 1969. Based on the districts, we've looked at our performance for the 10 years prior to the COVID-19 pandemic hitting in March of 2020, and for the 4 years since the pandemic hit all 50 states. And what we found is that in fourth grade reading, the School District of Philadelphia has held steady over the past 4 years. When we look at fourth grade math, eighth grade reading, and eighth grade math, it's a very promising story. Our children, our scholars in Philadelphia in the school district have outpaced the growth over the past 4 years as compared to the 10 years prior, outpaced the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania average. We've outpaced peer districts. In fact, if you go to the next slide, I want to show you one example in the interest of time, Mr. Chairman and members of council. From the 10 years prior to the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic in March of 2020, if you look at those 28 big city, what we call NAEP-TUTA districts, and by the way, this is not internally created data. This is data provided by the Council of the Great City Schools, which represents the 78 large urban districts in the United States. You can see that in eighth grade math scale scores, for the period of 2009 to 2019, 10 years before the COVID-19 pandemic hit, you can see that the District of Columbia, Washington, D.C. schools, Detroit, Chicago, and Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools in North Carolina led in terms of scale scores. And you can see that, unfortunately, Philadelphia was last among the NAEP-TUTA large city school districts in eighth grade math scale scores. On the next slide, if you fast forward, though, post-pandemic, 4 years after the pandemic, you'll see Jefferson County, Kentucky, Boston, Duval County, Florida, and Charlotte-Mecklenburg at the bottom four. And you'll see that the School District of Philadelphia made more progress than any of our eighth graders made more progress in eighth grade math than any other big city school district in the country, short of the Los Angeles Unified School District. And we're really proud of our young people. If we go to the next slide, I think that's worthy of applause. Yes, ma'am, Council. I want to say, and the story is a positive one with our state report card, and so we joined these very fine principals who are running the schools in this school district, and their fearless leader, Dr. Robin Cooper, who are leading the charge because all the key work occurs at the school building level. Because schools are the unit of change. I just want to note that enrollment has increased, student attendance, reading and math scores have increased appreciably. Our career readiness exam scores have increased. Graduation rates have gone up, and the dropout rates have gone down significantly. We're very proud of those results. Slide, please. In terms of Mayor Parker's initiatives, I want to note that she already talked about it, so I'll just take one moment on the next slide to talk about the extended day, extended year pilots. You can see that 93% of the afternoon seats are filled. Not as many in the morning, but 93% in the afternoon. You can see the other data points up there. One thing I want to highlight relative to the mayor's points earlier, we're pushing to have 90% of our young people, our scholars, in school every day, because that's really important to improving student outcomes. You will see that overall, last school year, 61.4% of our young people were in school 90% of the year, 61.4%. In those pilot extended day, extended year schools, the regular student attendance rate, kids coming to school 90% of the year, was 75%. 61.4 compared to 75. We absolutely are thrilled with the outcomes that we are seeing with our extended day, extended year schools, particularly related to attendance. Next slide. On this slide, you'll see the 10 new pilot schools this year, and won't read them to you in the interest of time, but should you have questions about those, we're happy to share them during the questions and answer. On the next slide, we continue to be pleased with our partnership with the Community College of Philadelphia. I want to congratulate Dr. Alyssa Marshall, the new president at the Community College of Philadelphia. Just like Dr. Generals, she's a strong partner with the school district, and we are working together on Mayor Parker's initiative around the City College for Municipal Employment. Last school year, we had 41 students who participated in CCME. This year, we have 86 students who are participating, and they are located at Dobbins, George Washington, South Philadelphia, and Roxborough High Schools. They're getting Act 158 credit. And, Mr. Chairman, members of council, we are going to come back and share with you the data on each one of these young people and the extent to which they are hired by the city after they graduate from high school. Slide, please. Let me just share now about our priorities for this school year and beyond. Next slide. Three big overall priorities that we're driving toward. Not surprisingly, we're going to keep our foot on the gas to accelerate academic achievement. We're focusing on continuing to improve our customer service and to partnering with our families as equal partners. Slide, please. I want to note relative to customer service, we implemented a two-way communication system entitled Let's Talk. If you go to the district website, you'll see this nice yellow button on the front page of that website that gives anyone in our community an opportunity to share feedback, ask a question, report a concern, and we track, one, how long it takes us to get back to those individuals, and number two, we give our public an opportunity to give us a feedback score. Since this was launched on January 1, 2024, through the end of the year, June 30, 2025. So for last school year, we received over 64,000 inquiries from our community, our various publics. Our average response time was 1.5 business days, and our average customer score was 8.2. Certainly want to thank our Chief of Communications and Customer Service, Alex Coppage, and her teams for their leadership. On the next slide, I want to say a word about our work around partnering with families, not just for parent engagement or parent involvement, but to be equal partners with our parents and families, because our parent and families are our children's first teachers. We were very pleased that we were able to bring this initiative back. That was a big priority during the administration of the late Dr. Arlene Ackerman. We are providing free supports for parents and families across neighborhoods in 4 big bucket areas. First, student attendance and joy. We want our young people to be in school 90% of the school year and to experience joy on a daily basis. Second, we're focusing on health and wellness to include physical health and wellness, as well as social and emotional and mental health wellness. Civic engagement, we're encouraging young people and their families to be involved in public service. And since Dr. Clayton was the first, School District of Philadelphia is one of the first school districts in the nation under the late Dr. Constance Clayton, to make African American studies a part of the required part of the curriculum. We're very pleased that under this civic engagement area, we are committed to helping and to ensure that every young person who graduates from the School District of Philadelphia over time, we teach them how to think, not what to think, but we are committed to preparing every single one of them, who, except folks who choose not to for some reason, to educate each and every one of them and to assist them in registering to vote as an adult citizen. And certainly the fourth bucket involves financial literacy, and we continue to receive very positive reviews from our families regarding some of the supports we're providing for both our students and their families. Slide, please. Mr. Chairman, I want to provide an overview of the upcoming budget process. I do want to note that we have negotiated 2 collective bargaining agreements with the Philadelphia Federation of Teachers and the School Police Association, or SPAP. We are in process and look forward to working with President Dr. Robin Cooper to get a collective bargaining agreement completed in the near term with Teamsters Local 502 CASA Union. Slide, please. I also want to note that President Streeter talked about good news. We are really pleased that the federal, state, and local dollars that this district has had over the past few years has been put to good use. We're pleased that we have the best investment-grade credit rating that we've had in a half century at present. In fact, this week will mark the 3rd increase in our investment-grade credit ratings by either Fitch or Moody's ratings, and we're really excited about that. I want to thank the Board of Education for its strong fiscal stewardship. Slide, please. It's equally important when you look at this slide because the bond markets, like the rest of us, know that over time, our expenditures will outpace revenues in the School District of Philadelphia, largely driven by required increases in salaries, benefits, and healthcare costs. We are absolutely focused on addressing all of these challenges, and by fiscal year 29-30, we are committed to taking the structural actions that are necessary to eliminate our structural deficit by fiscal year 29-30. More to come on that in the coming weeks. Slide, please. I also want to give you a quick update on where we are with the Facilities Master Plan. On the next slide, you'll note that we've been hard at work for the past couple of years, moving in earnest through 7 phases of an 8-phase process to get the Facilities Master Plan completed. While we intended to bring some facility plan recommendations, comprehensive recommendations to President Streeter and Vice President Andrews and members of the board in December, we've pushed that timeline back just a bit. We are still committed to bringing recommendations this winter, but we want to take a little bit more time to do some final engagement with our communities in a spirit of nothing for us without us. On the next slide, you'll notice the problem we are solving for with our facilities plan, as Mayor Parker mentioned. We want to provide something better for our future generations, number one. And number two, the other problem we're solving for is to better and more efficiently use our limited resources, our time, our various budgets, our buildings, and our school facilities to drive more high-quality academic and extracurricular programming into our schools. Because at present, the resources and the academic and extracurricular programming is very disparate based on your neighborhood or school community. And so these 6 outcomes we're driving toward. Slide, please. In fall of 2024, the Board of Education passed a resolution to direct the superintendent and team to complete Phase 8 of this facilities planning process and to do so in a manner that involves widespread, deep, and transparent community engagement. So on this slide, you can see a number of work opportunities that we completed in 2024. On the next slide, you'll see that January through December of 2025 on here. I want to call your attention to, in July of this year, in the spring, we developed our framework and data categories that would govern the next steps in the process. Over the summer, we engaged communities in refining the data, both qualitative and quantitative. In the fall, we continued to refine the data, and we began putting together our current thinking scenarios in a draft plan, although no formal plan is prepared yet. And certainly, we've continued to be committed to robust community engagement. Over this time period, we've had more than 47 public listening sessions. We've had over 35 data verification sessions. We've received over 5,700 survey and other inquiry responses from our public. This week, we're launching a survey with some key themes that we've been talking with and getting feedback over a number of months. This survey will launch this week, and we will share the results of that feedback survey next month. On this slide, you can see that the themes for that survey include reinvesting in neighborhood high schools, been a positive, strong theme, and we believe we're committed to that. In fact, when the district grew by 1,841 students last year, they didn't come at the elementary levels or the middle grade levels. The lion's share of the new students came in our high schools, and the good news is they came in both our neighborhood catchment high schools as well as our criteria-based schools, so it's a good opportunity to grow our district enrollment. Second major theme is expanding access to choice in grades 5 through 12. A third theme about reducing the number of transitions that our students make in their K-12 careers from 13 to 6. And certainly it will come as no surprise to you that the fourth theme is around increasing building utilization rates, because we have a number of under-enrolled buildings and a number of over-enrolled buildings. Mr. Chairman, members of council, thank you for the opportunity to present this morning. This concludes my presentation on behalf of the district. Happy to join President Streeter and Vice President Andrews in receiving your feedback or questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And, well, thank you. I want to just take a moment as chair of the Education Committee to thank all of the members of the Education Committee, specifically Councilmember Gaudier, Vice Chair Phillips, Councilmember Squilla, Councilmember Lozada, Councilmember Brooks, as well as Councilmember Ahmad. When Board President Streeter spoke about those monthly meetings, those are the members of the Education Committee who meet on a monthly basis with Superintendent Wallington, as well as Board Chair Streeter, as well as their staff and other board members and team members. So I want to say thank you to those folks. Thank you to Mayor Parker, as well as our council president, for being here to kick us off today. I also wanted to say thank you to the finance team over at the school district who participate in quarterly meetings. Dr. Wallington, you said something that caught my attention around 2030. I hadn't heard that before, so I'm looking forward to hearing more information around that. I also want to thank all of the members of the school board who aren't here. I just want to remind everybody that school board members aren't paid, so anytime I get an opportunity to advocate for that, that needs to change. The structure of the school board is one that I feel like should allow some level of compensation, and that's something that I personally believe in. Last but not least, colleagues, before we jump into questions, I'll just ask that we limit questions around facilities. I just want to remind everybody we're doing a facilities hearing in January. So in January next month, clearly the district has some information around facilities, but it was communicated to us that they did not have all of the information that I know a lot of members have questions around leading up to today's hearing. And in our January meeting, we will do a meeting just around facilities alone that will be before committee of the whole. It will not be just the education committee. So I just wanted to make sure I provided that context before we jump into questions. And so with that being said, let's start with the elephant in the room. Clearly there's a lot of principals here representing a lot of different schools from across the city of Philadelphia. I've seen some of my favorite principals here today, so I'm not gonna start naming names because I'll get in trouble if I do that. But principals are here and they've decided to not be in their buildings today, and that's because they're concerned around a contract. You all have been in negotiations with CASA and the union since the summertime. It's now November, we're right around the corner from Christmas, and they still don't have a contract. In the midst of the PowerPoint presentation today, You mentioned the PFT as well as the School Police Officers Union. Both of them have received a contract. During my time as the education chair, we also had issues with Unite Here and them not getting a contract. So help myself and members of the general public as well as members of City Council understand why are these principals taking off from work today to be down here because they don't have a contract instead of being with our children.
Mr. Chairman, we are absolutely optimistic about the successful conclusion of a contract with Teamsters Local 502. Absolutely optimistic about that being completed in the near term. Thank you.
Yeah, so I mean, they're here, and they're here probably because they're not optimistic. So help us understand your perspective compared to theirs. Well, clearly you're in contract negotiations, so there are some things that can't be discussed, but I know I'm hoping it's not about money, right? So help us understand what's different from your perception of what's going on compared to their perception of what's going on, because I would assume if they were as optimistic as you were, they would be in the building with our children right now instead of being down here in City Council advocating for a contract.
You're absolutely correct, Mr. Chairman. The terms of negotiation are not public, so I won't speak from that from the dais. I will tell you that I'm optimistic about a successful conclusion in the near term.
Okay, so you know you're going to get other questions from other members, and people are not going to just sit here and let that go. I got Mr. Overbrook to my right. I got a bunch of other public schools graduates and a bunch of principals here who we all know personally. So we will continue to ask what the issue is there. Let me word it this way then. I listened to a lot of success that the district has achieved, and I do commend you as well as the leadership at the school district for that success. How much of that success do you contribute to the principals and the people who lead these facilities? And if we do contribute that success to the principals, why are we in this limbo phase as it relates to their contract?
Mr. Chairman, I'll answer it this way within 1 minute or less. 50 years of research in the United States clearly tells us that the top two factors in improving outcomes and whether students grow academically, irrespective of race, ethnicity, gender, socioeconomic status, et cetera. Number one, highly qualified, well-supported, and stable teachers over time. And number two, the number two factor is highly qualified, well-supported principals over time. Principals play a unique role because they're the people who recruit, onboard, develop, support, and retain the teachers. It's why I'll say again, we are absolutely optimistic about a successful contract negotiation in the near term.
Okay, thank you. Do you think you have a timeline? Is there an estimated timeline? Because again, they haven't had a contract since August. We're in November. Is this something that we think will settle by the end of the calendar year? Is this something that we think will settle before we come into budget next year? What's your anticipated timeline to get this addressed?
Mr. Chairman, I don't think it's appropriate to speak about that from the dais, but we're moving with all deliberate speed.
All right, thank you, sir. Clearly, I have more questions, but I know members have been sitting for a long time. Let me do this. I'm going to first recognize Vice Chair Phillips, but then I'm going to turn it over to Councilman Jones. Now, before Councilman Jones go, because I don't want your answer to be, I don't know, I'm 100% sure that one of Councilmember Jones's questions is going to be around why do community-based organizations have to pay so much money to use school district spaces, right? So you have Dr. Phillips, who's going to go next, and then Councilmember Jones. Councilmember Jones has been on me and the school district about this issue for months. Let's please assure when Councilmember Jones comes with that specific question, which I know he's going to ask, that we have a direct answer for him as it relates to why community organizations have to pay so much money to use school district space, specifically looking at the track and field organizations as well as the football organizations. So with that being said, Chair recognizes Dr. Phillips, who's the Vice Chair of the Education Committee, and then after that, I'm going to recognize Councilmember Jones.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Thomas. Chairman Thomas has been doing an incredible job for several years with leading the Education Committee. It's been great to serve alongside him. I also want to thank Board President Streeter and also Dr. Walton, especially you, Board President Streeter, for showing great improvements with the relationship with City Council. It deserves to be on the record that improvement has been made. I just have a few questions. First question I have is regarding the Old Fells High School. as you want to put on the record that as you're doing your facilities plan, hopefully you can come back in January with some answers on how we want to utilize the old Fells High School, okay? We did visit that towards the beginning of my term on City High School, and I just want to know if there's any commitments available on that question.
Yes, sir. We will have something to say about the Old Fells High School. We're closely reviewing that property. It's on our radar, sir.
Excellent. And then I want to follow up about some things around the district around it comes to truancy. Some principals in our district have cited that there's a lot of, issues with, of course, truancy, attendance. How is the central office providing real support to schools, students, and families to address chronic truancy? Are there incentives being offered to encourage attendance? And are you helping some of the school leaders with completing the overwhelming amount of paperwork that we're learning that they have to complete?
Thank you, Councilmember Dr. Phillips. First, I want to note that truancy is getting better. More than 4,000 young people in the school district improved their regular attendance to 90% of the school year. Chronic absenteeism is defined as missing more than 10% of the school year. Yes, there are incentives that various schools offer. I've been in a number of our schools to see them. I was at a Final Four opportunity, I believe it was at Forest School last year. It was really fun to watch that. They did a March Madness kind of competition and lots of different incentives across schools. One of the things that President Streeter and the Board of Education does every meeting is they require the superintendent to bring a report on what our attendance looks like month over month. And for the first month of this year, we're really pleased that we've got better attendance than we have had the first month over the past 2 years. Third, schools dig deep into the data, and we've developed a live data dashboard where our academics team, under the leadership of Deputy Superintendent Dr. Jermaine Dawson and his team, will be able to work closely with members of council and ward leaders and others in the community, to include faith-based leaders and the Parent and Family University, to work with communities to help to improve truancy as well.
Yeah, and then the paperwork that a lot of the principals and assistant principals have to fill out for the truancy, you helping to make it, like, what's the process to make that look?
Correct. There are required letters that go out on the third absence, I believe the fifth and ninth absence, as well as phone calls to make sure that parents and guardians are well aware of what's happening with their children.
Okay. I also have a question about, from other principals in our district that I've observed and seen this. We have a lot of growing ESL students in our district, multilingual students. What type of support are we providing for schools that are growing, central office support and English learning office services? Like, are they getting more emotional support people, intensive learning support? Like, how can you make that a reality as, English as second language grows, and some principals are talking about this?
For our Ls, as we call them, English language learner students, first I want to note we track the data very carefully and intentionally across race, ethnicity, across socioeconomic status, across neighborhoods, and certainly we also look very closely at our English language learner students. We were really concerned last year because of the national incidents that were occurring in other districts related to immigration or origin status, et cetera. And we found that we did not have any major impacts in terms of what regular attendance looks like in the district. Under the leadership of our Chief of Special Education and Diverse Learners, Dr. Natalie Naray, there are a number of supports and services that are intentionally provided to schools to provide support to this population of students.
Thank you. I just want to add that every school is unique. I'll go off record, talk to you later on about specific schools that are in our district that need support, particularly. But I do want to ask that, what is the district doing? We just had a whole conference about this. You weren't here, your representatives were here, about the food options. How can we find ways to improve food options, nutrition, and freshness for some of our district, like, is there a way in which we can contract out with a very strong caterer in the city of Philadelphia that can provide food for our masses? It doesn't have to be, these government agencies that we, typically work with. Has that been explored before?
I do know that under the leadership of our Deputy Superintendent for Operations, Colonel Oz Hill, they get lots of student input. In fact, they bring a number of potential school vendors into the school district to sample foods and to give our young people opportunities to weigh in on what they like in terms of menu options. And to the extent they can, within the budget provided by the United States Department of Agriculture, they try to make the food as appealing as possible. If time permits, it won't take too much time, but if time permits and you need some more information, I'm happy to have Deputy Superintendent Hill speak more to that and more specifics.
Yeah, that's my time, but I just want to say thank you for your questions on your responses. On the topic of extended year, extended day, I think it's a wonderful program. I think it needs to be something that is before and after care at every school in the city of Philadelphia. You have a great partner in Sunrise Philadelphia. I think Sunrise Philadelphia can be an option for us to fund. Is in South and Southwest Philadelphia, and I just think it's an opportunity for us to figure out, like, how do we get that program in every school, and whatever we can do, I want to figure out how to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Phillips. I also want to just take a moment of personal privilege to thank you, Vice Chair Phillips, for your leadership around Alany Field. I think that's a victory lap that we didn't necessarily discuss today, a field that has been struggling for some time, and if you're anywhere in the Northwest, you know that field means a lot to that community. So you, Colonel Hill, the entire operations team, Superintendent Watlington, thank you all for the great work that you did around Alany High School. That's definitely a huge accomplishment. I also want to take a moment to remind folks that you guys promised to feed us school food. We had a hearing, and we said that you would bring us food from the schools so we can eat it ourselves, so we can assess it ourselves. So I'm gonna take a morning, after Councilmember Jones, it's gonna be Councilmember Young, so he's gonna talk about the fact that we all agreed that you would bring us food from the school
President Streeter
district.
or Colonel Hill?
I don't think it was any of you that were here, but somebody didn't do their job in getting that information back to you, because we want to taste the food ourselves, right? We were in a hearing, and you gave us some surprising information as graduates of public schools that we never knew exist, and we want to try it ourselves. So thank you, Councilmember Phillips, for bringing that up, and I just want to remind everybody that that's the case. And before I turn it over to Councilmember Jones, I also want to put in a shameless plug for Freedom Schools. We talked about the extended day program. I know I got Principal Ames over there who very much knows about Freedom Schools. This is a program that I come from, that I've been advocating for. I even give a shout out to State Rep Almond Brown, because State Rep Almond Brown is probably the only other elected official who actually have been in the Freedom Schools program, and it helped shape our perspective of leadership. So along with the program that Vice Chairman Phillips mentioned, I'll add Freedom Schools to the list. With that being said, Chair recognizes Councilmember Jones, followed by Councilmember Jones will be Councilmember Young, and then Councilmember Gaudier.
Thank you so much for your leadership in education. It does not go unnoticed by the other members that you have taken on this mantle and are doing an excellent job. And I want to put that on the record. And so thank you for that. Good afternoon, Board Chair Streeter, Superintendent Watlington, and Vice Chair Allen, right? Andrews, I'm sorry. So I had an opportunity to talk to Superintendent about things, and I gave him a theory I have called the sandwich theory. So what I'm gonna do is, it's like a sandwich. You, on the top, loaf of bread, slice of bread, you give a really good compliment. And then you go into the meat of the sandwich where you get your concerns raised. And then you end on a good note with another slice of bread. So I intend to do and follow that model today. So let me start with the compliment. Thank you, thank you, thank you. One, for you being retained. This is the first time in my tenure that I actually get a vision from the school district that I can follow and see the steps of progress for. So I am truly indebted to you and your leadership, the board and the superintendent, for that vision that the board has. I actually follow it. I want to also thank you as chair of public safety. We started after the death of a young man at Overbrook High School. I see Dr. Johnson, formerly known as Lee, here. And we started a Monday morning roll call, 7 a.m. You've been on it, Superintendent, where a dozen or so of our schools come on every Monday morning at 7 a.m. and talk about what's going on climate-wise, who's beefing with who, what's going on, how can we intervene. We enlist cameras, police, school district personnel, and SEPTA police working with your administrators to try to kind of quell that. And it isn't perfect, but it is trending in the right way. The police commissioner worked with the district to spread that Safe Corridor program around the city. And thank you for being partners in that. I truly appreciate that. Outside of City Hall, from right where we sit, there are about 10 schools within walking distance, a mile from here. And they use City Hall's courtyard as their playground. And they sometimes get into physical altercations. When we brought that to your attention, you didn't ignore it. You got on it. The appointee from the mayor's office for education, along with Will Mega, her staff, along with the members of your respective schools, got together and came up with a plan. And it is dealt with the issue. So your responsiveness, I'm truly, truly appreciative of. And so thank you for paying attention. Now, the meat. And we went past the slice. Now we're going into the meat. I'm grateful that we are working on one of my issues, which is disciplinary actions. We did a resolution a while back that showed student-to-student violence, student-to-teacher violence, parent-to-teacher and student violence. And that is a pervasive issue. It resulted most recently at Overbrook where a irate uncle came up and had a gun. The gun went off, shot the officer, almost killing him, over high school beefs that have been around since the Flintstones. Like it's always going to be some drama in somebody's high school. And some of those hallway fights spill out to the streets that result in violence. When I brought it to superintendent's attention, he didn't sweep it under the rug. He jumped on it, and we had a conversation about methodologies on how to do it. I am appreciative of that. That, you know, when we give concerns, you know, you don't just, you know, nod in the appropriate places and, you know, say, we'll wait until budget time to pay attention to them again. So thank you for that. Where we need to work on some improvements. I don't believe in public schools, public charter schools, one being better than the other. I believe in good schools. I'm agnostic when it comes to that. I want the best education options for the kids in my 4th district and citywide. We are not comparing apples to apples when we talk about charter and public schools. You can't convince me that that is true. And sometimes you're very polite. When I come down and I want to testify on behalf of one of my charter schools, you bring me right up. I really feel important. And you give me my 3 minutes, and then you say, thank you very much, and you ignore everything I said. So what I am saying, along with Chair of Education, that we don't want to just sit here and not in the appropriate place when you give testimony and then ignore everything you say. You need to take into consideration what we know, boots on the ground, about the schools in my district, in our districts. I don't have to look at your reports to tell which schools are performing better. All I have to do is measure the number of calls I get from parents that want to get out of one school and get to the other. That tells me everything I need to know. It tells me that they vote with their feet. 30,000 middle-class Philadelphians fled to the suburbs because they didn't have that mobility and optionality to be able to go to the schools they really wanted to get to because of the lack of seating. We have closed a number of charter schools that, you know, if you were doing the apple-to-apple comparison, I asked the former appointee from the mayor's education committee, if you had this school that's a charter and that school that's a public school, both of them were in my district, I said, you had one kid to go through that door, but which one of those doors would you go through? And you can't say nothing slick to a can of oil. He danced around that thing so hard, like, well, it depends. No, it don't depend. You want the best for your children, just like the rest of the people in here. So when I see schools like KIPP and Global Leadership that want to expand, want to be renewed, I'm paying laser-like attention to that because that optionality for parents that took off to come down here is an importance to them. Probably the number one decision maker of where they live is where I send my kids to school. Now, you're doing a good job on a lot of, you know, your grading system. You're doing a lot of good work, and I'm truly grateful for that. And this is the sandwich part, right? But I'm gonna hold you to a higher standard. The teachers I remember at Overbrook were the toughest on me. The ones that didn't let me get away and mark my grades upward, they made me earn that B or an A. And I'm appreciative to them today. So I say to you that you don't have to answer most of these questions right now. I'm gonna give you a pass. But when you come back for the budget, I'm gonna need some answers. Now, the one I would like an answer to is about facilities costs. I have track teams, I have basketball leagues, I have people that volunteer their time to take at-risk young people to track meets, to tournaments throughout and they're great athletes. But we are charging that nonprofit, that coach, that volunteers, thousands and thousands of dollars to use our facility. And even more egregious, in my opinion, is that sometimes the recreation department, who is not here, will make you pay for a facility when y'all do this out of this pocket into that pocket game. Just straight tell my chairman what you need to operate so that our nonprofits, some of our volunteer organizations and coaches can benefit from these facilities. I realize there are real costs. For every time they open up after school, there's a maintenance person or a security guard that has to get paid. I get that. But you cannot be anti-violence, guarding at-risk young people, and overcharging the very people who are the lifeguards giving our kids an opportunity. So I need an answer to that.
Thank you, Councilmember Jones. Most school districts will have some kind of community use process or agreement because schools are a part of communities and belong to communities. I'm going to ask Deputy Superintendent Colonel Oshill to come and speak specifically to our process. It's called Facilitron, and our expectation is to be good partners with our community. And I'll ask him to speak specifically to that. Colonel, are you here?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Oh, this is my guy. No,
Good afternoon,
so I
sir.
can't say, Mr. Chairman, I can't say nothing bad about it.
We run into the same.
So that's not fair. Y'all bring my favorite guy up here to take this ass whooping.
We do love Colonel Hill.
Y'all cheat. You know you cheat.
But we need an answer. Colonel, can you help us with this issue, please, sir?
It'd be a pleasure, sir, and I hope I remain your favorite guy after this response. First of all, the fees associated with the use of our facilities do not generate revenue for the School District of Philadelphia. It is not intended to make money on any level. There is a community use component that's done in collaboration with Parks and Recreation through the use of our Facilitron system where reservations are recorded and approved. The fees that are charged right now, and it's $55 per hour, offset the cost associated with staffing primarily. Most recently, there was a request to use one of our super site athletic fields for an all-day football event by a community organization. Our first priority is the safety and well-being of the athletes as well as the community participants. In that particular instance, the assessment, the security assessment, required a number of officers that resulted in the increased cost associated with providing services, security services for the event. In that particular instance, every measure was taken to reduce the cost, but at the end of the day, the number of officers required based on the number of participants that were projected, not only based on the reservation, but what had occurred historically for that event at the site. And so every measure is always taken to support community organizations with the use of our facilities. The district often absorbs costs associated with those events that the organizations cannot pay.
So you know I love you, right?
Yes, sir.
And they used you just now.
Yes, sir.
And that's all right. If you ain't cheating, you ain't competing. I get it. But let me say this to you in all candor. Every summer, the United Age Group Track Club Association sends 1,000 youth up to, I think it's Northeast piece. Out of those 1,000 young people, not a curse word, not a fight, not just cheering for kids running their hearts out for these little pieces of tin that they just, think the world of. That happens all day. That's all day that they're not playing little video games. That's all day that they're not fighting or standing on a corner or getting shot at. And guess what? Not a police officer up there. Not one, okay? Because it's not really needed, because the coaches and parents have that thing locked down tight. For $55 an hour, put it in the budget, and we'll figure it out. Because for every ounce of prevention is more worth a pound of cure. We gotta save these babies by any means necessary. And some of the necessary is your facilities. I got kids running right now, or later this evening, that'll be running outside because they can't get in a warm hallway in one of your schools.
I'm not gonna. I'm gonna let you go back, Councilman Jones. But I want to give Councilmember Young and Councilmember Phillips an opportunity just to chime in on this particular subject for important information.
Mr. Chairman, I'm done. They heard me.
Okay. All right.
I'm done.
I did warn them.
Yeah.
Point of information from Councilmember Young, then Dr. Phillips, and then we'll go from there. Oh, I'm sorry. Before we do that, before you go, Member Young, I just want to acknowledge the presence of Councilmember Ketsi Lozada of the 7th Councilmanic District. Thank you for being here. Chair recognizes Councilmember Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I listened to the questions asked and then the answers provided, right? And so I think I want to ask the question in a different way that maybe we can get to an answer. And essentially it is, how much does it cost the school district to allow these outside organizations to operate at the facilities? And how much does the school district, I know it doesn't produce revenue for the school district, but how much does the school district essentially take in from these outside organizations? And I think the point of that is to try for us as members of city council to get that number so we can just put it in the budget, right? So we can just pay for it so the outside organizations don't have to be scrambling around looking for funds to utilize the school district facilities. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Colonel Hill?
While you guys huddle, Member Phillips, Dr. Phillips, did you want to add anything to that?
I do. I just wanted to co-sign with Councilmember Jones because he's right. I get calls as well, and my point of information is on this. I got a call from a parent that was livid, and she was on the phone with me for 40 minutes about how her organization at the Germantown Super Site, they got to pay this money, and then they're getting kicked out by a certain time of the year because they can't continue their practice. They got they got championships coming up, and they just could not understand why they have to pay all this additional funds. And I also didn't understand it either. So here's my thought. If you're concerned about hundreds of organizations, utilizing this space, all right, that's fine. But maybe we could have a process where there could be community involvement, maybe with the council members, where you could say, provide a list of suggested groups that could basically have these fields that are beneficial to the community for free, right? And then maybe some other external groups that don't use it as much, they could get the fee. Or the idea could be had that we just cover that cost because it's becoming too much of an issue about this usage of space. And I think there's a way that you can work with council members to really identify what are the groups in each councilmatic district that can really utilize this space for free upon your recommendation. And I think that could be really helpful to solve a lot of these issues.
Councilmember Dr. Phillips, Councilmember Young, thank you, and Councilmember Jones, thank you for the question. I'd like us to take two homework assignments as staff. One, to give you the numbers you've asked for, and two, I'd like to propose that that Colonel Hill and I work with you to develop a working group to work through these thoughts, suggestions, and recommendations. I think you've got some good points here, and we can figure all that out. Thank you.
And so I guess in closing, I just want you all to understand that when these are the people who hold us accountable, right? Like the people we represent, especially the district council members, right? They're not gonna say it's Dr. Watlington's fault or Board President Streeter's fault. That's the district council person. That's Anthony Phillips' fault. It's the district council person. It's Curtis Jones' fault. It's the district council people, Ketsi Lazada, Jay Young, Kenyatta Johnson. They're the ones that people blame for this stuff. How do I know? Because they don't blame me. And I'm the chair of the education committee. It's not my fault. And so for me, the reason why I'm so rapid and aggressive in my response is because I try my best to support my colleagues. Councilmember Brian O'Neill is not here. I got more phone calls on this issue from Councilmember Brian O'Neill in the last 3 weeks than any phone calls I've gotten from him all year. And it's not because he's not a present and active member of City Council, it's because he is accountable to the constituents who are advocating for this stuff nonstop. So for the people that's watching, we understand that there's a lot of issues that we have to discuss today, but as elected officials, we always respond the most aggressively to the things that the constituents bother us the most about. And I shouldn't even use the word bother. I should use the word advocate to us about. So that's why you see so much attention being paid to this, is because constituents really care. They want their young people to be able to participate in positive extracurricular activities, right? And we talk about this extended day initiative. Is on one hand, we're going to brag about what we've done because we've accomplished some amazing things. On the other hand, we got to figure out how to fix this issue with extracurricular activity. Speaking of what the mayor's point around public-private partnerships, this is probably the best example of public-private partnerships we have in the city of Philadelphia, and we got to figure out a way to get it right. With that being said, the chair's going to recognize Councilmember Young. After Councilmember Young, I'm going to ask that the finance team come on up and be prepared to answer questions about the fiscal health of the city of Philadelphia, where we are financially. Dr. Watlington, you said in one slide that you anticipate getting rid of the deficit by 2029, 2030. That's the first I've heard that. So we would like an explanation as to how you see that being accomplished after Councilmember Young goes through his line of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll save my budget question for last then. And good afternoon. Thank you for being here. First comment rather, is we were talking about the school lunch I would say, issue, right? Because when I talk to the students, talk to parents, you know, we get a different story from them than what we get from the school district regarding the quality of the food. And I would want to put it out there that our school, our public school in Center City is Ben Franklin, which is, we can walk up the street there. So I would love to schedule lunch at Ben Franklin, invite all the colleagues there, literally right up the street, and then we can see what type of meals they're providing with providing our students.
You said Ben Franklin, not SLA, right?
Not SLA. I mean, I'm gonna
Okay,
get
I
there
just
too.
wanna make sure.
I'm Ben Franklin. I'm gonna get there too, right? Because you think that's a perfect segue because I've been getting calls from constituents regarding, you know, we have the co-location of schools, and I think that's it could be a great model, right? Cost cutting, things like that. But when we're at SLA and you're at Ben Franklin, it's two separate worlds in the same building. And so I guess my first question is regarding that is what baselines are set for public schools in this city, right? And I think we all should have the same baselines for each and every school, whether they are a traditional, catchment school, or a charter school, or a special admit school. But like, do these schools have like the same minimum baselines that are necessary to adequately run a school? Because if I talk to the parents, they're going to say no, they're not the same at all regarding those particular schools. Because you just talked to us about like what those basic minimums are that we need to have in our schools to be a successful school.
Thank you.
I'm going to say this because just to put it in context, I'm sorry, Dr. Wallington.
Yes.
Benjamin Franklin is the public school for folks who live in Logan Square and Rittenhouse Square, right? I don't see any parents from Logan Square or Rittenhouse Square sending their kids to Ben Franklin High School, right? So again, can we talk about what are those baselines?
The best way I know to answer that question, Councilmember Young, is to share with you that there are baselines, a formula that's used for the minimum teacher allocation and class size that's governed by the collective bargaining agreement with the Philadelphia Federation of Teachers. There are baselines regarding how we staff schools, whether it's the core teachers, encore, or special education teachers, climate managers, assistant principals, building engineers, et cetera. There's also situations where, based on unique needs of a school, you'll find some cases where there are more resources provided, partly because the need is greater. And you'll also see that in schools like, I think this came up last year or year before, there are some additional resources that schools like Penn Alexander and the Henry C. Lee School get in partnership with the University of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, so I understand some of those schools have special relationships with outside partners, which is great, right? We need as many of those partnerships as possible. But I was I had a meeting with some folks from Temple University yesterday, and essentially they said the school district folks, Temple has so many programs at public schools, but one, parents don't know about it, and two, they mentioned that the school district folks got kind of upset at the level of communication that Temple was providing to the school district because it was coming in from so many levels. So they want to centralize that communication process regarding how an outside vendor interacts with the public schools to provide services. So can you talk to us about what's the process for allowing some of those nonprofits, those partners, to work with to become a vendor at the Philadelphia Public School District?
Certainly, the first thing I would say is that the Board of Education has clear policies relative to our procurement, and we follow the state law. So I will yield to President Streeter in terms of that piece, but we are bound to follow those policies to the letter. Also, to your point about budgets, Councilmember Young, I do want to note that the district's itemized budget is available on our website, and each individual school budget, very itemized, is available on our website as well. We would be happy to share the links about information if there are specific other questions pursuant to any individual schools, we'd be very happy to follow up in writing about any of those particular questions.
The vendor process, are you able to explain, just give us briefly what that?
Relative to the vendor process, we follow the law, procurement policies within the school district. Certainly for procurements that are in excess of a certain dollar amount, we're required to use a competitive process.
So not necessarily vendor as far as the school district purchasing services. What I mean is people, organizations, entities actually coming into the school district to provide,
Sure.
I guess, the services to the students,
Okay.
necessarily, like, after school type programming or extracurricular programming, things like that.
Let me say it this way. One of the things we've learned is under the leadership of our Chief of Staff, Sarah Galbally, who oversees the Office of Strategic Partnerships, which is led by Executive Director Ayanna Lewis. Some schools have a different engagement and communication strategy as they work in a very organic way with grassroots organizations and community members. And some schools do that very directly. Some schools are very timely and quick in returning phone calls. Some schools are more engaged. Some schools are more inwardly focused. But to the mayor's point 3 years ago that we ought to be able to draw a circle, Councilmember Young, a 3-mile circle around every one of the 250 district-operated schools and be able to map out what are all the community resources and supports that exist right in these communities and figure out how to get them engaged in the schools in a way that benefits our children. It's easier said than done in some places because, quite frankly, some schools are so tied to getting the academic process going, they're so tied to doing the day-to-day operations that they don't spend as much time on engagement. And that's why we're investing in the Office of Strategic Partnerships so that we can map out all of these partnership opportunities, because everywhere I go in the city, I hear about people who want to do more in partnership with the city, and I think part of it is communication, timely communication, and follow-up so that we can manage the plethora of help that sometimes schools have shared with them.
Thank you. I think Dr. Phillips had a great point because I've never been asked to be a part of this mapping process. If you're looking at 3 miles outside of where the school is, we are engaged. We get calls from organizations and folks who want to be involved with the schools on a weekly basis. And so you say that it's difficult, but I think if you engage the district council members who the parents and the community members hold us accountable, right? 'Cause they can't vote for the school board president. They can't, they vote for us. They choose us, right?
Yes,
and
sir.
so they hold us accountable, and I'm just asking to be a part of that process. If it is a difficult process, maybe that's one that we as city council members can help make a little bit easier on the district because we're on the ground with these organizations, talking to them on a weekly basis. So I just want to throw that out there. I'm more than willing to volunteer my time to help with that process.
Welcome the opportunity.
And I'm going to get to my next question.
I believe Pleasure Streeter was going to add something there as well.
I'm sorry.
I just want to level set. I mean, everything you all are saying makes a lot of sense. I think the board agrees in principle with all these things, but I do think that we are all marching lockstep in a journey back to local control, and I think that there are probably a lot of things that we used to do or the capacity that we used to have that we've lost throughout the process of not being under local control. So again, I know this board, I know this superintendent, we're striving to build a relationship that's in closer lockstep with city council members, our district council member, our at-large council members. But I just want to posit that and say I didn't hear anything that's problematic, but I think the Board of Education is always thinking about not unintentionally putting us back into position where we lost local control, which I think has had deleterious effects on all of this stuff. And I don't want to see us in 20 years starting over again, rebuilding the car that's going a million miles down the road for our children because we can't stop. But that's not to minimize anything you said, that's to affirm it. But also I think to say that there's an appreciation here for that we're all relearning the muscle memory that we might have lost after 20 years of not having local control. Thank you.
Thank you. And just one more question in this round. We have parents here and folks from Kip North in my district. And the city just invested thousands of dollars to do traffic calming around this school. This school was absorbed neighborhood school that was closed by the district and reopened that school to be an asset, to that community. And that school the charter was essentially not renewed. And we have other schools in that particular area that have similar or even worse numbers than what this school has. And, in light of this, being that community is probably one of the most challenged parts of my district, particularly you look at that, like I looked at last night, the numbers, the voting numbers in that district. Like you can tell just the type of community that is just based on the data. This school went through the pandemic. It opened literally right before the pandemic. And so most of the students there are students who went to school not in a traditional sense. And so the data may look one way, but can you explain to us just the rationale on why this particular school was denied its renewal versus some other schools, or even, talking about some other traditional public schools? Like, why are they allowed to remain, to continually, year after year, to have these, horrible outcomes, I'll say, because essentially that's what they are, but allowed to remain open for generations, but this particular school has to close?
It is our practice, and it'd be imprudent of me to speak on an active matter that's in active litigation. But what I can say, to give context to the process, the school has not been non-renewed at this time. The board has triggered a process under state law, mandated by state law, to trigger a due process where the school will have this opportunity, where individuals are under oath. There'll be a hearing officer, where the facts, whatever could be mitigated, or facts that are not true will be true and deemed true. And this time next year, well, not this time next year, after that process is finished, the Board of Education will make a final decision as it relates to non-renewal. So, but as it relates to the issue, the school that you mentioned, I would think it would be a disservice to the school themselves, to the public, to opine in this space to that, and there's active litigation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let me jump in before I go into the finance side, and then after this, I'm going to recognize Minority Leader Brooks. The councilman, I think, asked a quality question, and I think you talked about academic achievement as part of the issue. So when my team did a deep dive into the recommendation that was made around the two institutions that were recommended to be closed, I think part of the concern that we had wasn't necessarily just the decision around them, but we compared and contrast that decision to other white-led institutions, right? I'm not going to sugarcoat around this issue. I've been talking about this issue for some time. And for me, I've always looked at the fact that over 80% of the charter schools that have been closed in the city of Philadelphia have been black-led schools, while black-led schools only make up 20% of the population. So with that trend being a problem, and we've seen that with the Ballard Spar report, that I want to thank you, Board President Streeter, and the rest of the school board and your leadership for agreeing to work with council to assure that report was produced. What we noticed based on this decision was that schools who were allowed to remain open had worse academic achievement than the two schools that were asked to be closed. Now, some schools that were allowed to to stay open were white-led institutions. I'm not going to name the institutions, but the conversation right now is about schools that have black leadership. So if academic progress is the focal point when these decisions are made, why would we give a 5-year renewal to schools who did not meet academic standards, but then entertain the idea of not renewing schools that did? Help us understand the thought process behind that decision as it relates to how we got to this point that we're at right now.
I won't speak on behalf of the board. The board this year, for the first time in its since I've been on the board, in response to advocates on if there are two sides to the issue, but I believe everybody wants to support children, have asked the board to be more transparent about its decision-making. I'll give you an example. In the past, the board might have discussed all of its renewals in one meeting, and it tucked into an action meeting, and then without much opportunity for the conversation to decant and to aerate. But this year, for the first time, the Board of Education did it over 3 meetings. And I believe that the record is ripe with the reasoning, the deliberation, and the thoughts and the perspective of board members as it relates to the decisions that are being made. So I would direct you, Chairman Thomas, and others to the record, but I do believe the board is laser focused. We have a policy 0.003, which governs the Board of Education to focus on student outcomes and ensure that we not just focus on a quantity, but also quality as well. So there's
Board
multiple
President Streeter,
reasons.
let me take a step back. Let me give you credit for transparency, right? I want to be clear. I'm not accusing you of not being transparent. I'm not accusing you of the board of not being willing to meet around this issue to discuss it with stakeholders. I'm not even accusing you of not being open to the idea of change, because that would be disingenuous, and I'm not doing that. But at the same time, while giving you credit for all those things, we're still sitting here today with the possibility of Black-led institutions being closed while their white counterparts are allowed to stay open. And the decision, in a lot of folks' opinion, is very subjective, because it's not clear-cut that the Black-led institutions were, I guess you could say, were doing a worse job, just putting it in layman's terms. There's not clear-cut that the Black-led institutions were doing a worse job than their white counterparts who were allowed to stay open. So I understand your reasoning, and I'm definitely not accusing you of not being transparent, but when you look at institutionally what's creating these problems, a lot of the things that we talked about around the renewal process is still in existence. And I think when you look at the charter office making a recommendation and the board moving different than what the recommendation from the charter office is, it now creates another level of confusion for folks, right? And, you know, again, another elephant in the room is that one of the people who testified against a board member is the leader of one of the institutions that were asked to be closed. So in a lot of folks' mind, it's not a coincidence. People feel like it's a retaliatory decision. It has a lot of educators scared to even come down here today to testify, because they feel like the board is going to retaliate if academic leaders communicate in a public capacity things that's not necessarily advantageous to the vision, or even in some cases as to the character of board members. So I hear everything you're saying, but I want to give you a platform and an opportunity to respond to some of the things that's been communicated to us around this particular decision around these two institutions.
I won't speak to the board member you're referring to, because there's active litigation right now in the Court of Common Pleas about this issue. So out of respect for that process, I won't do that. But I would just ask and plead with the public to listen to what the board has been saying, not just this year, but since I've been on the board, this focus, hardcore focus on student achievement. I would also ask the public to look and review public meeting that is on our website, where board members, for the first time, I believe in the history, since I've been on the Board of Education, said exactly why they were, what their perspectives were, and what their comfort level was, and what their energy was around topics. So, and I don't remember board members saying things that were contrary to, I believe, our duty under the state law to look at charter schools in the way that they were designed and created to be utilized, improving pupil learnings, innovation, and things of that nature. And these other things that you mentioned. Understanding that people's impressions and impact matters. As a Black man, I understand that 100%. But I would be remiss if I didn't just again redirect everybody to the record, a record that we created, being responsive to the needs and the requests of individuals for us to be more public and with our reasoning and our perspective as board members.
Thank you, Board Chair Streeter. And I'll just say, you know, again, from the perspective of a lot of folks, it looks very retaliatory. It looks like a person who came down to testify not in favor of the school board now is suffering the possibility of their institution being closed when they clearly have met standards that institutions who were given 5-year renewals did not meet. So I do think that that's something that should continue to be explored. So when we ask the public to, you know, go back and listen to the record, I think the public need context, and that context is not a part of the record that you're asking people to go back and listen to. So I wanted to provide that information. Council President, did you want to add anything? I seen the steam coming from your head, Council President.
No steam. I just want to get clarification on if you're comparing a school that has a recommendation to be non-renewal versus the other two schools that received a renewal, do we have the metrics to compare the two?
I believe.
Just for the record.
We have the ACE reports, but just also want to clear the record. There are other schools in that cohort that were discussed that have not yet agreed to a charter and a renewal, and I will be remiss if I didn't remind the viewing public that, as directed by the board through me, that if certain schools, there may be there might be a moment where the board has to reconsider other decisions, depending upon the actions of those schools engaging in good faith with the Board of Education around a charter agreement.
Well, I'll take a moment to give you credit for that, Board President Streeter, because I was the one who brought to your attention that a number of the Black-led institutions were concerned around the agreement renewal that was given to them, because again, they felt like it was something that was going on, whereas though their standard was different than others, and you immediately jumped in and agreed to meet with folks to try to rectify that issue. So, Council President, thank you for that question. And Board Chair Streeter, thank you for entertaining the possibility of discussing the conditions of renewal, specifically looking at institutions who have a catchment zone of a lot of magnet schools. It creates a very high standard for a lot of those institutions to adhere to. So I appreciate that. I want to move over to finance, and then I want to recognize Minority Leader Brooks. On the finance side, to my surprise, you communicated that you anticipate getting rid of the deficit by 2029, 2030. If that is true, that's probably the best news I've heard in 2025. So please explain to us, first and foremost, let us know what your fund balance is right now. Let us know any examples you have of rainy day funds, as well as labor reserves, and then talk to us a little bit about how do we get to a point where we have no deficit for the School District of Philadelphia by 2029, 2030.
Thank you, Chair Thomas, and I'm joined by CFO Mike Herbstman. I'll make a couple of introductory comments and kick it straight away to him. As you know, Mr. Chairman, the school district received literally $1.2 billion in COVID relief funding between the time period that the pandemic hit in March of 2020 and when those dollars sunsetted in the fall of 2024. Because those federal COVID dollars were married together with state and city dollars in a way where the Board of Education managed them well as good fiscal stewards, strong fiscal stewards, and schools put those dollars to good use, we recognize that we started pre-pandemic with a $300 million structural deficit. During the time of these COVID dollars, we chose not to pull back and make big cuts because it was not the time to do it. It's the reason why we are driving higher test scores, higher graduation rates, and lower dropout rates. However, at some point, it's incumbent upon us to eliminate that $300 million structural deficit. And so we want to do this in a thoughtful, phased process over the next 4 to 5 years to get that structural deficit down to zero. Why? It's simple. If you make $100 a month, you can't spend $150 a month. We have to live within our means. Now, the reason we've not made those kind of surgical cuts to date is because we've been driving faster improvement, and it's not lost on me. I can see it clearly every day, what President Streeter talked about earlier, and decisions that were made years ago while the district was under state control, where the district, in historic underfunding, it's so prevalent that we've not wanted to take those resources back, but over time we can't afford them. So as revenues increase, we'll also be looking at how to trim back on our budgets over time in a way that's strategic and thoughtful and intentional, such that by fiscal year 29-30, we can get that structural deficit down to zero, and from thereafter, year over year, operate in the black, not in the red. Chief Herbstman, can you speak more to that?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. For the record, Mike Herbstman, Chief Financial Officer for the School District of Philadelphia. Dr. Wellington covered it well, but to reiterate his point, after decades of unconstitutional state funding and following the end of COVID-19 relief dollars last year, We have a deficit in our budget that looks very similar to where we were before we began to receive COVID-19 relief dollars. We, both the board and the administration are fully committed, as Dr. Wellington shared, to eliminating that deficit in this 5-year plan through 2029-30. Right now, we stand just over 6 months before the Board of Education will be adopting a budget. We will have a substantial public engagement effort, and we'll be regularly publicly updating the community on where we stand in this plan. And in terms of that, we'll continue to develop this plan and share both how we will look at the current budget and the 5-year plan as a whole, knowing that it's incumbent on all of us to both maximize our revenue and look at the expenditure cuts necessary to reach that ultimate goal, which we will achieve, of eliminating that deficit by 29-30.
So what's our current fund balance right now?
I'm sorry?
What's our current fund balance right now?
Our current fund balance as of this last June 30th was $749 million.
Help the general public and the people understand where that number is on that slide right there, slide number 33.
Yes, so it is on the bottom left. On this chart here, we see the revenues in dark blue, the expected expenditures in lighter blue, and then the green shows where we are in terms of our annual deficit, and the yellow, which is the difference between that light blue and dark blue, and the yellow-orange color shows our current fund balance over time here.
That's just a teacher in me, right? So I just want people to understand the context of today's conversation and what we're discussing right now. So the city of Philadelphia, when we do our budget, we have what's called a rainy day fund for emergency situations. We have a labor reserve for contract negotiations. For the understanding of everybody listening, does the school district have any of those?
All of that for the district would be within here. There's no separate rainy day fund or negotiations.
So can you give us the fund balance again, and through the lens of the seat that you have, based on the number that you give us as it relates to the fund balance, how much are you trying to preserve for a rainy day, and how much are you trying to archive for contract negotiations?
So I think that we would say that for the rainy day, everything is within here. This is a comprehensive look at it. This includes all of those areas, and we don't have something outside of here where we have a separate reserve. We need to look at this. We see the estimates of our expenditures here, and they are inclusive of everything that we plan to spend, but there is no separate reserve as the city has for that.
Nor is there, Mr. Chairman, a statutory requirement that I'm aware of in the Commonwealth or a policy that requires us to.
No, I know you're not. I'm just trying to make sure that people understand. So the fund balance is what again?
As of June 30th, it was $749.5 million.
How much of that is earmarked for contract negotiations? In your mind, I understand that you don't have a labor reserve, but out of the $700 million you have, let me word it this way. You're sitting on $700 million. They haven't had a contract since August. What's the holdup? You're sitting on $700 million. They haven't had a contract since August. We're trying to ask you. We clearly see you have the money. Now, this is the thing. You had to borrow money from Harrisburg in order to make sure that we could keep the lights on. Harrisburg passed the budget. When Harrisburg passed that budget, do you have to pay back? Harrisburg is going to give you the money back that you borrowed, but do you have to pay interest on it? The interest, I know, is a lot. Who is in the state budget, are they going to cover the interest on them loans or just the loan amount itself?
So to answer each of the questions, so that fund balance of $749 million, I would like to point out that in the current year, we are already projecting to use, as the slide says, 45% of that to cover the balance this year of $341 million. This is not an infinite pot. This is not money that we have available. This is slowly dissipating through this year, and is the reason that we are required to take action to balance our budget. In terms of
So you plan to balance the budget on the back of the principals?
plan to, so I think we plan to.
Because we got to figure this thing out, right? Like we have a fiscal cliff, and I'm going to let Dr. Watlington go, then I'm going to pass it to Minority Leader Brooks, and then after that, we can revisit this conversation because it's clearly a certain level of confusion as it relates to where we are. And I mean, not confusion from y'all, but confusion from us and the general public. You got dozens of principals that's down here right now who took the day off of work to advocate for a fair contract. Again, these are intelligent people with high-level degrees. I'm sure they're not here for nothing. And we haven't really been able to get clarity as it relates to what direction we're going to go in around this particular issue. So I'll let Dr. Watlington respond. Then after that, I want to pass it to Minority Leader Brooks. And then hopefully you guys can give us like a clear explanation on what's going on with the CASA union's contract negotiation.
Mr. Chairman, the only thing I'd like to say to just add a bit of context. Over the next 5 years, as expenditures outpace revenues, largely driven by salaries, benefits, health care, and the like, we could spend the fund balance down to zero, which I know President Streeter, Vice President Andrews, and the board members would not allow us to do. But we could spend that fund balance down to zero and still have deficit spending. We have to take some austerity measures over the next 5 years and at the same time continue to press upon the Commonwealth to implement what the Commonwealth Court ruled about unconstitutional funding. We're being good stewards of the dollars, and this is not us versus them. Certainly we're sensitive to folks who want more librarians, who want more fees to pay for athletic facility use, folks who want more speech-language pathologists. We've got to balance our budget, and we've got to get our house in order, and so we're committed to doing that over the next 4 years, and we're equally committed to reaching an appropriate and well-deserved contract with the Teamsters Local 502 CASA Union.
So let me provide context. I want to be clear. I definitely don't want to create the perception that it's a us versus them thing or a school board and school leadership versus principals and workers. That's not what I'm saying at all. I know Dr. Dawson is here. I know the work that you do, Dr. Watlington. I do commend you all for the work that you do, but the elders taught us that that politics is the allocation of scarce resources, and the key word in that definition is scarce. And it sounds like the district is in a space where as though you have scarce resources. And I think what we're trying to do is examine if you plan on ending the deficit by 2029, 2030, based on the definition of politics and there being scarce resources, it's not enough for everybody. Right? So that means somebody has to not get. And I think part of why people are down here today is because they want to make sure in the midst of all these goals, they're not the demographic that essentially doesn't get. Chair recognizes Minority Leader Brooks. And then after Minority Leader Brooks, we'll go to Council Member, I don't know who we'll go to, but Minority Leader Brooks.
Thank you so much, Chair. So I'm going to start by, once again, I don't know if I had a chance to publicly thank the school district for the work it did in my neighborhood when we had the explosion in Nicetown, and seeing Oz Hill and Ms. Fleming being on the scene, being very open to what our community needed in a crisis, allowing the building to stay open for my community to provide resources for each other. So I just want to say thank you so much. I think when I think about that experience, I get very emotional because it was just a time that we were fighting to keep that building open. So I know I'm not asking any questions about school closures, but as we think about school closures, I remember like that would have been a building that would not have been available in an emergency situation if it was closed. But I just want to thank you for the awesome work that the entire school district did for keeping our Nicetown community and keeping us whole. So my questions have nothing to do with that, okay? So across the country, we've seen heartbreaking images of families being ripped apart by ICE. I want to know what policies exist if ICE raids were to happen near a neighborhood school. I have the ICE raids reported throughout Philly, affected children in the school district. Have you heard of any that have been affected in children here in Philadelphia directly?
Thank you, Councilmember Brooks. Let me just say first that we provided, to date, we've had to my knowledge, 0 incidents with ICE last year or this year. Number 2, we provided comprehensive training for school leaders. I've been present for 3 or 4 of them myself, so I could see it firsthand and be able to tell you without fear of contradiction that it's happening. With rosters, with people knowing exactly who's been through it. We also developed an online training and made it required for staff across the school district. Don't have those exact numbers in front of me, but we'll be glad to take that as a homework assignment so that we know exactly what we're responsible for and how to proceed should we have one of those incidences, which, knock on the dais, we have not had to date.
Thank you so much for that information. Because over the weekend, Trump stated that he was going to send federal agents and ICE to North Carolina. And this morning I heard on the radio that Charlotte had 2,100 children who were absent from school because of the first ICE raids carried out in North Carolina. With the amount of money increasing in the federal budget for ICE and the changes made in local leadership, I think it's a matter of when that happens here in Philadelphia. If not, is the district prepared to deal with the level of absenteeism due to ICE? And do we have an estimate on how many children would be affected if that was to happen? Also, I want to add to that, I know we've done, you've mentioned this several times to me, that you've done training for staff. Has that been overflowed to make sure that the parents understand how the school district is there to protect them in the event of ICE coming to the school or anything like that?
I'll say 3 things, Councilmember Brooks. 1, there's always an opportunity to continue to communicate. We can't over-communicate enough on a tough topic like this, particularly in the landscape that we find ourselves in right now. Number 2, we're continuing to pay very close attention to what's happening in Charlotte, North Carolina. I talked to some colleagues there this morning, as a matter of fact, as well as other districts like Los Angeles Unified School District and the Chicago Public Schools that have had a different experience than Philadelphia has had to date. And number 3, relative to parents, while we've put a number of resources on our websites about local agencies that provide targeted support to families, which is clearly not enough, while we've done that, we think there's an opportunity for more ongoing engagement. Absolutely.
All right, thank you so much, because you kind of answered my next 2 questions behind that. My other question is, I've heard of heartbreaking stories about overcrowding. In the Northeast, the population is younger, with more immigrant families sending their children to public school. What are the long-term plans to address these demographic shifts to ensure that the school district is meeting the needs for immigrant communities and English language learners in the Northeast?
Absolutely. When we constantly look at our changing demographics, to include the fact that more than 162 languages are now spoken in the school district of Philadelphia. And I'll just tell you on the record, we don't have the budget to hire enough translators. We don't have enough of the appropriate staffing, and so we're trying to be very thoughtful under the leadership of Dr. Natalie Naray, our Chief of Special Education and Diverse Learners, and her supervisor, Dr. Jermaine Dawson, Deputy Superintendent of Academics, to make the resources go as far as possible. Part of the issue is being sensitive to our diversity and recognizing our diversity as a strength and not where we have to compete against each other and have winners and losers. That's the approach we're taking in the school district. And while we've got a lot of work to do, we're going to keep our foot on the gas there.
Okay, and my last line of questions around Joy in Schools. Early this year, I held a hearing around Joy in Schools, and we heard directly from parents about the needs of their children and how we can improve the wellness in school. So demands centered around creating systems-wide standards for bathroom breaks, lunchtime, recess, and many other things throughout the entire school day. Can you give me an update on where we are with this process? And why is it taking so long to finalize these policies, particularly around bathroom breaks?
Minority Leader, I'll speak to this because now the policy is in the board's hands. So, and I think this is, again, another moment where we're all learning the muscle memory of local control. Advocates came at our board meeting in the summer and advocated, and the board felt persuaded to put the policy back into the policy committee. In doing so, the policy committee heard the engagement, also heard the engagement from the district, and directed the policy to reflect some of the energy and the points that you just made just now. So that policy, I believe, is up for a first reading, which means it'll be the public will have an opportunity to opine on it tomorrow, I believe. And then, though, I believe there may be another reading, and at that point, the board will determine whether to put it back in the committee or not. But I do believe, Dr. Wallington, we also have a member of the policy committee right here, Board Member Stern, that there is some work being done on the back end so that all the interests can be best protected and represented. But we do agree that children should be able to use the bathroom as needed. I have 2 babies myself, and so I understand the energy. But with that, I'll actually, Board Member Stern, wants to add
Point of
anything.
information from Councilmember Young.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. There was an interview recently that Dr. Wallington did with KYW. We were talking about this exact same issue. And just to refresh my memory, I just want to see if I'm clear. I believe Dr. Wallington said that it shouldn't be a formal policy because we have teachers, who are smart enough to be able to figure this stuff out when it comes to kids. So is it going to be a formal policy, or should we not have a formal policy regarding this type of issue? Thank you.
I think Dr. Wallington was speaking to policy versus administrative procedures, and then then vis-a-vis the autonomy of the one of the world's most respected and important professions, vocations, teachers, that there should be some level of agency and autonomy, while also the board through its policy and the district through its inner workings sending a signal that some behavior will not be tolerated. And if that behavior is tolerated, Dr. Wallington and the district will do their due diligence to put individuals through that process, and that maybe that could lead to a board action on determination, who knows? But that I believe that's the energy Dr. Wallace was speaking to. You can speak for yourself, though.
That is correct, Mr. President. Councilmember Young, since policy is the purview of the Board of Education, not the superintendent and staff, our responsibility is implementing administrative procedures and regulations that are pursuant to the board's policy. It's not my intention as superintendent to bring forward any recommendation at this time to the Board of Education that it do anything different than what we have in place at the moment, because as President Streeter said, teachers should have the professional judgment and know their students and know how to manage kids who need to go to the bathroom when they need to. Some kids need to go 2 times a day, some need to go 10 times a day, and we should make accommodations for we should know our children and make accommodations for them accordingly. But I think you have a policy member here, Board Member Stern. I think she may have had something to add since she's a part of the policy committee.
I think we...
I'm sorry. First of all, thank you for your service. Can you just state your name for the record, and then you can begin with your testimony?
Councilman Thomas, please forgive me. I'm used to testifying at City Council, but not in my current capacity.
We appreciate you.
As a member of the Policy Committee.
I just need you to say your name for the record.
My name for the record is Joan Stern, and I am a member of the Board of Education. I would like, and I'm co-chair of our policy committee. We did hear public comment from a number of interested parties on the administrative procedures for this policy. And at Dr. Wallington's request, we separated the administrative procedures so that he could take them to various advisory councils that help the superintendent fashion the appropriate procedural language. We also asked the school district's general counsel to give us some advice on wording that was proposed by certain groups. And we're just waiting to hear all that, get it back. And I believe we plan at the December board meeting to bring first reading of the policy revisions and administrative procedure revisions for more public comment.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I just say, pursuant to what Board Member Stone just said, so while the superintendent and team doesn't plan to bring recommendations to the board for substantive policy changes, we are working in good faith and in earnest with community members, Lift Every Voice, and others about the appropriate language for administrative procedures.
Thank you. I want to let Minority Leader Brooks finish her line of questioning. And just to provide context on where we are as it relates to this hearing, I know Councilmember Landau had a question. Councilmember Young, did you have it? Are you good? Councilmember Young had a couple questions. And then we're going to try to move into public comment by 2 o'clock for the sake of the stenographer. All right. So Minority Leader Brooks. Oh, Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson is here as well too. So we'll just go in that order. Minority Leader Brooks, Councilmember Landau, Councilmember Young. We'll close out with Leader Gilmore Richardson.
Thank you so much. So my final question, you mentioned Lift Every Voice and their platform. I was wondering what happened or what's going to happen with the Chief Joy Officer, which is a part of their platform as well. Do we know where we are? Is that something that we're moving forward with? And I'm thinking about in the time where we're talking about school closures and the dynamics that could put on school communities, it has to be somebody's responsibility to make sure that we're looking out for the mental stability of communities and schools. We've seen what school closures have done in the past. And to your own point, the principal don't have time for that. That's not the principal's job solely. So how can we make sure we have the supports to pull together these community organizations and folks that can help the school district center some level of joy and stability in communities? So the Chief Joy Officer is something that's part of their platform. And I was just wondering what's the status of that?
One, we've named joy as a core value in our strategic plan, board-approved strategic plan, one of the 5 core values. 2, as we've launched Parent and Family University, the first significant, and this is significant, the first bucket of the 4 is student attendance and joy. Under Chief Coppage and the Deputy Chief's leadership, we are working with families to help to reimagine what will make school more of a joyful place for children, such that they will want to be there 90% of every month. And 3rd, we're taking the position that the superintendent, the deputy superintendents, all of our chiefs, all of the administrators throughout the district, we all are collectively taking on the responsibility to be chiefs of joy in our respective roles without adding another cabinet position to the administration.
Thank you so much.
Chair recognizes Councilmember Landau and Councilmember Young.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and answering all of our questions. I wanted to ask more about language access and a budget for translation, for interpretation and translation services. How large of a budget do you have, and how do you utilize it throughout the school district?
Certainly, with 162 different languages spoken, we're able to translate all of our major documents in the district in the 10 most popular or the 10 most prevalent languages. You know, I think about recently we had a parent and guardian advisory council meeting, and there was a parent who was there who speaks Russian who had to bring a translator, her own translator with her to be a part of the conversation on that particular meeting. We just don't have the resources. We'll pull the budgets and we can itemize what the spend is currently for translation services. I can promise you, even if we doubled it, I feel confident in saying it still would not be enough simply to make sure that for 162 languages, we do well with the 10 most prevalent, but with the other 152, it would take a major investment. So we're being strategic about when we hire people in key roles, without violating any of the laws in terms of quotas, et cetera. We're trying to be thoughtful about how we hire people who have multilingual abilities, because we think that's a superpower.
It's quite a skill set, isn't it? It's just a resume enhancer.
Yes.
There is absolutely no violations of DEI policies in any way to hire somebody who can speak multiple languages. In fact,
Correct.
it's a
Correct.
gift. And for all the students out there, it will help you, potentially help you get a new or better job. I also wanted to ask you about Policy 252. And its enforcement throughout the school district. How are you educating all adults in all schools about Policy 252 as well as the students?
Do you want to speak for that from the policy perspective? We're affirming across the district at the 10,000-foot level and at the granular level in schools that we affirm all of our young people. We affirm diversity in all its manifestations, and we absolutely expect every student and staff member and their families to be treated with the respect that they absolutely deserve.
I appreciate your answer. I also want you to know, if you saw me surprisingly quiet today, is because I understand you guys are being surprisingly quiet today as to not put details in public, and would appreciate, would love to follow up with you in another conversation. Thank you.
Happy to do so.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Landau. The chair now recognizes Councilmember Young.
Thank you, Madam Leader. I have a question about just academic standards. So we have a school in my district, Carver, and within a few blocks from Carver, ENS is one of the best schools in the country, right? Literally, I was there the other day. Amazing, amazing STEM program that was, just funded there. It's an amazing program. And Carver has the ability to take in some students from surrounding schools, i.e. particularly Dunbar and Duckery, which are other public schools that surround Temple University, to bring them in to teach the middle schoolers, 7th and 8th graders, particularly 8th graders, Algebra 1, right? And we all know Algebra 1 that's the marker for success for some of our students. And so what are we doing? And I went to a charter school in our district, here in Center City. I went looked at 9th graders. They were doing fractions in 9th grade. Fractions, right? So what are we doing to get our kids really ready for the real world and preparing them for the real, the type of education that they really need to succeed, right? Because if I have Carver, which is one of the best schools in the country in my district, surrounded by Dunbar and Duckery, which are some of the worst schools in my district, but they have the ability to come and teach those students who are already Algebra 1, what is the district doing to provide those resources to allow that to happen when that type of education can't be achieved at their traditional school?
First, I think that is one of the questions that gets me the most excited, and appreciate that question, because to me, that work is our core work. I believe if we affirm, obviously we should affirm the existence of our children. We should do all their social and emotional supports. But if children graduate and have to take remedial courses, drop out of college, can't become a welder, or can't do the things that you've mentioned, we believe we failed, the Board of Education does. So I wanted to start this answer off with our role. And the goals and guardrails in Policy 003 is the answer to that we believe that we should use every tool in our toolkit on the charter side and the district side to move the needle on academic achievement. On the charter side, unfortunately, we don't have a lot of tools under the law, right? On the district side, our major tool is Dr. Watlington, and it's my understanding that he is doing the work to ensure that some of our schools that have opportunities for growth will grow. So I'll give you an example. For math this year, we had a heat map of the city of Philadelphia. And one would assume that certain neighborhoods, your district, other districts, would have had yellow circles or red circles for no growth or negative growth. But we saw growth across the whole city as it relates to student achievement. And I believe that's the work that the Board of Education does when it monitors goals and guardrails once a month. We put the data out there and we use the tools we have. Unfortunately, under the law, the tools for us is not to close a neighborhood school for academics, right? But our tool is to ensure that we hire a superintendent who's laser focused on ensuring that he empowers and creates a system that creates the opportunities for academic achievement in our district schools. And I believe on the charter side, Project Rise, I believe is also that way for the Board of Education. What tools do we have to incentivize and persuade those who have a whole lot of independence to also do the things you just mentioned as well? And that's our theory of change. So I just wanted to put that there so people say, what is the board doing? Academic achievement is the North Star, and it's the one thing you can't fake. That's why we do focus so much on data. Dr. Watlington.
Thank you. Councilmember Young, I'd say two things. One, I do think that the fact that our district in 3 out of the 4 of the nation's report card areas, the fact that we're making faster progress, outpacing the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and other like-situated big urban districts across the country is significant. But it doesn't answer the problem for an underperforming school that's in your district that has not closed gaps. We hear you loud and clear. One of the things I might suggest, sir, is that similar to how Councilmember Jones has his 7 a.m. roll call, and he's invited me and principals and deputy superintendents and others to be a part of, we'd be happy at your invitation, or if you'd like us to extend an invitation, we'd be happy to convene. Deputy Superintendent Dr. Dawson and I would be happy to convene the respective learning network assistant superintendents who are in your councilmatic district and the principals for a conversation about how we work together to drive faster improvement, particularly in the most underperforming schools. I think you've hit a very important point there, sir.
I'd be more than happy to participate in those types of meetings, just to get that perspective. I'm just curious on how do we get to that point? I mean, I know it's years of, just stuff happening, but like for 9th graders to be doing fractions, I think they're just setting them, they're just way behind, and just, I think we really need to be more focused on putting the resources necessary to get our students ready. And I'm excited about the extended year, right? Because then that allows us to provide those resources to those kids. And one thing we had when I was in school, of course I went to a private school, we were mandated to do extracurricular activities. It was mandated. We could not graduate unless we did extracurriculars. We had to play sports. We had to go through these clubs. We had to do these things in order to graduate. And if we see that our young people are after school committing, getting to things that young people get into in the city, like why are we not mandating that they participate in these extracurricular activities in order for them to move on from our school district?
The short answer, Councilmember Young, is that we are laser-like focused on 3 things. First, not opposed to extracurriculars because we think it helps build the whole child, it helps to extend what we learn in the classroom. But the research is crystal clear. The number one thing that the board needs to hold me accountable for is to getting the best, highly effective, highly qualified, and stable teachers into the classroom. Number 2, the same true for principals. And number 3, to make sure that the instructional materials that are in that school are the absolute very best reading, math, and science materials that we can find between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. And the other side of that is when the teacher teaches, when you get highly qualified, well-supported, and stable teachers in schools across the board, recognizing that there's a 71% decline in the people coming out of Pennsylvania universities, public or private, to be a teacher. When we get highly qualified teachers and very high quality instructional materials in reading, math, and science in the classroom, the number one thing that our budgets are focused on, if we're going to move the needle, is how strong that core instruction is during that class period. Because when we do it really well, the MTSS multi-tier student support system says the gold standard is to teach the material to the point that 80% of children, poor kids, middle class, wealthy kids, rich kids, 80% of the children master the material. And then you don't have to spend as much money downstream on tutors and mentors and lots of other tier 2 and tier 3 supports. They're all important, but we've got to get to the point where the instruction is so good during that class during the day, or so effective, so it's so effectively done that children master material. So that's why we focus first on those 3 areas, and you'll see our investments in our budget around those 3 things first, consistent with the research. But you're not wrong. Extracurricular access is really important.
Councilmember Young, briefly, I want to say I appreciate your energy and your I can't wait for this. I'll give you a quick anecdote. I did a town hall with some parents, about 50 to 60 parents, and a black mother asked me, why are you all so focused on outcomes? These children have this barrier, these children have that barrier, and this is what I said to her, quote, our children can't wait another 400 years. I feel that energy from you. I believe our board has that energy as it relates to the many types of students we service, and I think the board's laser focus on outcomes, I think, is guided by that. Our babies can't wait another 400 years. So I'm going to tell you there's a sense of urgency with this Board of Education to ensure not only our children are affirmed, our guardrails, which are anti-racist practices, extracurriculars, are honored to the extent that we can under the law until we're funded, but we want to ensure that all babies can learn and do what we can to ensure that those babies get the resources that they deserve, that you discuss, so you don't have students in your district we having the same conversation in 10 years.
Thank you. And just for the record, I want to make note that I did go to public school. I went to a traditional neighborhood public school. I went to a special admit public school, and then I went to private school, right? So just want to put that on the record.
Got you.
Last question I have is regarding budgeting. Councilmember Thomas talked about this deficit. It was reported that when the district went to a zero-based budgeting method, the district was able to save some money in certain areas. I just would ask if the district has been looking to go to a zero-based budgeting method for its entire budget in order to figure out how to save some money, cut costs, and things like that.
Thank you, Councilmember Young. We're currently in a modified zero-based budgeting process in our $4.5 billion budget, and we'll continue to grow that work.
And for the record, because again, they're all our children, one of the things that keep me up at night are not just about outcomes, but also our charter school. What is the financial situation of charter schools? So those who don't know, when the district tightens its belt, the year after, the per pupil charter payments are going to go down as well. That makes me worry, understanding there's some schools that may have a few days of money on hand and things like that. So just for the record to show, and those who are listening, I'm hoping that the charter schools are also following the lead of the School District of Philadelphia to prepare for lean times that are coming, because when it rains on the just, it rains on the just.
Could I add one thing about finance matters? Mr. Chairman, I was the Public Finance Bond Counsel for the School District of Philadelphia from the time I graduated from law school for 50 years. So I can remember when the School District of Philadelphia had no market access at all. We didn't even have a credit rating. And I became an experienced bond counsel and drafted quite a bit of legislation for the school district when Dr. Clayton was appointed superintendent. When we came to the conclusion that it was important for us to eliminate our structural deficit, because we had received so much COVID funding from the federal government, we were able, by saving and scrimping, to accumulate a fund balance. We contributed $300 million of that fund balance to our operating budget this year. Fiscal year beginning July 1 of 2025 and ending June 30 of 2026. This body, you, the City Council, you did your job. You authorized our taxes well before the beginning of the fiscal year. You appropriated our grant money. The mayor delivered her budget on time. The governor delivered his proposed budget on time. And the legislature in Harrisburg did not enact a General Appropriations Act until last week. So we received not one penny from the state beginning in June of 2025.
So that leads to my next line of questioning. So let me ask this, because I asked Mike to come in and specifically looking at that point right there. When we were talking about the finances earlier, right? How much money total did we borrow from the school district? Because I started this down this lane. How much money did we borrow total because the state didn't have a budget? And how much are we on the hook for paying back, including the interest? Because Mike, when we did our finance meeting, maybe in August or September, you told me the number was about $1.5 billion. But at that time, we were told that the state would only give us the money back that we borrowed, and we would have to absorb the interest on our own. Can you give us those numbers? How much did we borrow? And based on the budget, how much does the district have to pay back, both the loan amount as well as the interest?
Okay. We did not borrow it from Harrisburg. We borrowed it from two banks. And we borrowed it in the form of a drawdown loan. Mr. Herbstman can give to the council exactly what we borrowed and when we have to pay it back. The state has not enacted any legislation that will reimburse us for the interest cost we have incurred. We still have not received any cash from the Commonwealth, including the cash from the unfrozen federal funds that the state received, because it had no appropriation power to pay us. So I do want this body to understand, you all did your job on time. The mayor and the governor did their jobs on time. We can debate in private which house of the legislature we think did its job on time. But we're still waiting for our cash. When we adopted a resolution asking to eliminate our structural deficit, we assumed that everybody would abide by the rules of the Pennsylvania Constitution, and that we would have a General Appropriations Act on July 1st, or very close to July 1st, not still be looking for our cash in November. So as someone who is also involved in financial advocacy for the school district, I'm asking council to help us keep to the correct schedule every year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for your service. Very much appreciated.
Good afternoon. Again, for the record, Mike Herbstman, Chief Financial Officer for the district. To your direct question, on September 11th, the Board of Education authorized $1.55 billion in a not-to-exceed amount for us, for the district to borrow through tax and revenue anticipation notes. Through mid-November, the district did not receive total funds from the state that we would have received of about $800 million. And that required us to borrow about $700 million of that $1.55 billion. We anticipated at the beginning of this, when we were first authorized on September 11th, that would come at an interest cost of just under $15 million.
$15 million on the $1.55 billion.
Yes, for the time that we need to borrow it. The payback timeline is that all the money is finally due on April 1st, but we're required to deposit one third of it into accounts on February 1st, a second third on March 1st, and then the final amount on April 1st. Because we were not required to borrow the full amount of the $1.55 billion, that $15 million in interest will come down some, but we're still looking at daily cash flow, and if any additional borrowing will be required on December 1st as a result of this. As Board Member Stern noted, in the General Appropriations Act, or the legislations that the state passed, there was no provision to repay any school districts or other entities the interest that they incurred to borrow during the impasse.
That's very disappointing. So the $15 million in interest that you anticipated from the $1.55 billion, how much do you estimate will be paying back in interest out of the $15 million you thought? Because thank God we don't have to use the whole 1.55. Hopefully you don't have to touch any more than the $700 million that you already did. But based on the $700 million that you touch, how much do we anticipate in interest being paid back out of that?
So we will get you a final number, but based on where we were, it'll be approximately half of that.
Wow, that hurts. All right, we're ready to close out today's conversation. I want to first acknowledge that Councilmember Nina Ahmad is present. Thank you, Councilmember Ahmad. Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson is our last person for today. So after Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson, we'll then move into public comment, and we will try to close out our conversation today. Majority Leader.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this opportunity, and I apologize in advance for missing the presentation that I will go back and watch at night like I typically do all the hearings. So I apologize in advance if any of these questions were already asked. But I wanted to first start with a thank you to you, Dr. Watlington, and to Board Chair Streeter, and to everyone over at the district, particularly Dr. Dawson and so many of you that we work with. I wanted to first start by saying thank you for leveling. I think it's been working this school year. We haven't heard any complaints, so very appreciative of that. And also thank you to you and also the PFT for working with us regarding the $500,000 we were able to secure in the budget to pay for the required teaching certifications for the CTE teachers. Just wanted to know if you all could provide an update on the number of teachers that have been enrolled in the program thus far, and how many additional teachers we're looking to enroll in that opportunity, and if the $500,000 that has been allocated currently from FY26 fully funds the program and what we need to do moving forward. And then just to get it in, because I know we're pressed for time, I think you all completed an audit of the CTE programs within the last year. And so if that has been finalized, if we could receive a copy of the results, that would be helpful. And if you could also share the status of your of all of your contracts with each of your unions, for all of the unions for the district. And my last question obviously will be in response to the questions and responses that we received from you all regarding questions we had back in April for the hearing. I have to register my continued concern around enrollment management and how the facilities process will play a role in the enrollment management process as it relates to the catchment areas. So I wanted to also put that on the record, particularly with the new special admission process. You know my concern. You already know where I'm going, Philadelphia High School for Girls, because relative to being able to accept students and accept a certain amount of students for your school, I don't know if that's being capped, which would then limit their ability to have a larger increase in enrollment, which would then lead to not having to realize the projected changes that were shared with us in the responses that you all gave. So I wanted to try to get all of that on the record. I will submit the additional questions for written reply, but I wanted to at least put that on the record so we could discuss that here today. And finally, thank you to Laurel, who's on maternity leave, and Chris.
Thank you, Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson. Let me just quickly say, relative to your point about enrollment management and special admits, et cetera, we've kept our commitment. We've worked very closely with the Philadelphia High School for Girls and a very fine new principal, Ms. Katidra Argrove, who is building that enrollment. She's been out all over this city recruiting like I just have not seen in my tenure here. So I just want to commend her for that. And certainly, we did share with Chair Thomas and the council that while we successfully resolved the collective bargaining agreement with the Philadelphia Federation of Teachers, the PFT, and our School Police Officers Union, we are absolutely optimistic about, in the near term, doing the same with Teamsters Local 502 under the leadership of Dr. Robin Cooper. I will yield to Dr. Dawson to speak to because this team is doing some fantastic work related to that $500,000 that council appropriated to help us with our CTE teacher credentialing, and he can also tell you about 2 audits that we've finalized relative to CTE, career and technical education, and how we're going to use that. Dr. Dawson, good to see you.
And just really quick, Dr. Wallington, I wanted to state that I think the overarching concern for enrollment is relative to, meaning you all are not capping any school's ability to accept over a certain amount of students, right? There's no cap on the amount of students that can be accepted at a special admit, correct?
Well, we want to be careful that we don't over-enroll the capacity of the school, such like we've historically had that problem. Although Lincoln is not a special admit, they've had kids to come there for special things. And so we don't want to go over what the capacity of the school numbers are. And we do projections every year for schools so that we can allocate teaching staff such that we don't have to go down that road of leveling anymore.
Right, and I think the question is more so around, I remember one year when I was visiting with the girls, there was only 85 students who were accepted who chose to attend Girls High for that particular year. So then you have an incoming class of 85 students. But as an example, if they're able to accept, 300 or 400, I mean, you understand what I'm saying, so that when you have the final number of folks, you have an actual class, a larger class of students, which would then help with their projections for teachers. I think that's how we kind of got to this process. And I also had heard, and I don't know if this is true, that a school that I attended in Masterman, they're only 10% Black.
I don't have the demographics in front of me for the Julia R. Masterman School, but I can pull that for you.
And I'm hosting the students in council this week, but I just recently heard that, and I'm like, wait a minute, that is completely off, because when I went to Masterman, it was much more diverse than that.
I understand the spirit of your question. I'll be sure to reply in our written response to council. Let me just say, long story short, I believe Principal Argrove's expectation is to recruit to the extent so that she can fill every seat, every available seat, and we're going to support her 100% and other principals in that regard.
Dr. Wallington, let me jump in there. My son is in 8th grade right now. I am currently going through the process as it relates to special admission schools. I just want to make sure I echo the sentiments of Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson, specifically looking at clarity, because the process isn't necessarily clear. You're limited at how many schools you can apply for. As a parent, is somewhat, yes, I want more than 5, right? Like, that's just me. As a parent, I don't know if I like Parkway, Center City, or whatever. You know, we're entertaining a lot of options. So the limit us to 5 is definitely problematic, but I think the concern that I'm listening from Councilmember Gilmore Richardson, because I also put on my PIAA District 12 hat on, we need clarity, right? So when you provide clarity as it relates to the percentage of black students, first of all, please don't do that just for Masterman, right? We want to see that reflective of all of the magnet schools, because if I remember correctly, you all changed the process of admissions and you took some of that autonomy away from principals because you were concerned about the process. And now a couple years later, while well-intended in the decision that you made, we've seen that that decision has disproportionately impacted students of color. And so based on the seat that I'm sitting in, not just as the chair of the education committee, but as the father of an 8th grade parent, and I'll brag about my son, he gets all A's, right? Like, that's not even me. I would never ask my child to do that. That's a tough standard. That's a standard he created for himself. And now that he's in a position to be able to choose a high school, he's limited to only 5 schools. Now, if I decide to go choose a school that's not a comprehensive school or a magnet school, part of our decision will be because we were only able to choose from 5 schools. Now, I went to the high school fair, I coach high school basketball, I've been in a lot of spaces, and it's very hard for us to limit our choice down to 5 schools. So when you get back to Councilmember Gilmore Richardson around the demographic information for our magnet schools, please also provide clarity as it relates to where we are in the process of special admission schools, and if this new policy has put us in a position where we've seen some unintended or ill-advised consequences. I want to
May I just say really quick, Mr. Chairman, that
the
reason it's not so much about limiting choice for our young people and their families. Remember, 3 years ago, we had huge concerns coming to President Streeter, the Board of Education, about not just the lottery that was implemented under the previous administration.
So I apologize. Let me put that on the record. It was not you. It was the previous administration. So I apologize for that.
But I want to be clear. I believe Dr. William Hite Jr. and the team did the right thing. I want to be really clear. 2, once we got an external audit, and we didn't want our people to do it. We didn't want our very fine research and accountability department led by Dr. Tanya Wolfer to do it. We wanted to get a reputable national standing organization, and ultimately Accenture is the group that came in and did an audit of our school selection process to ask the question, 1, are we doing what we say we're going to do? 2, are we doing it with integrity and fidelity? And one of the things they told us, one of the problems with filling our seats is that we didn't have the best system. And the best systems in the country, like we found in Washington, D.C. and New Orleans, was a rank order system. So we procured a new system that will allow families to rank order their choices 1 through 5. And once people have a chance to rank order their choices, it makes it easier for us to fill those seats without, you run the lottery, and then you've got a whole bunch of movement, and before you know it, folks didn't get in anywhere, and they're off to some non-district opportunity. And so we're trying to solve for that problem.
Well, we look forward to that, and right. And I want to let the Majority Leader close out her time so we can move forward.
Mr. Chairman, did you want Dr. Dawson to speak to the CTE questions, or would you like that on the record?
Yes, that's the next phase. So we'll hold off the special admission conversation, and we'll make that to be continued, because I think we need to do a deeper dive than what the level of fatigue will allow us to do today right now. Majority Leader, I'm sorry, back to you.
Yes, I put the CTE questions on the record.
Yes, Dr. Dawson.
First of all, we would like to thank you to the City Council, particularly to you, Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson, for your partnership. Our CTE teachers have said to us and recognize that there is a hardship for many of them trying to get that certification. And for you and the entire council to vote to give us those funds have really will make a difference for many of our teachers. To specifically answer the question, in the fall, we have 25 of those CTE teachers who are already registered at Temple, and there is open enrollment right now for the spring semester for additional teachers, CTE teachers, to be a part of that program. We are already hearing from our CTE teachers that it's going to make a huge difference to keep them in the district so they do not have to leave and go to another surrounding district or to another profession, that they can stay right here in the classrooms working with our students, which is what they love and what they want to do. And so we want to thank you and all the work that you've done there. In partnership with that, our superintendent has given us a guidance to really revamp our CTE programming. And so we went out and received an audit from the SREB, which is the Southern Regional Educational Board, to really look at our programming, to really tell us what's working, what's not working in our programs. And we've done that through their programs to revamp our programs in our CTE over the last 3 years. The second audit that we've done now is to really, now that we have these robust programs in place, and we're really looking at supporting our teachers and providing that right type of professional development in a partnership with one of our philanthropic partners, we looked at a program to audit the CTE programs that we offer in alignment with the city of Philadelphia and what the labor market is saying, what the needs are. And so because of that audit, we are now going through to look at every single CTE pathway program that we're offering and how we can revamp to make sure that, as our superintendent is expecting of us, that we get our students in jobs that are in high demand, high wage jobs. And through this partnership with you and with our CTE teachers getting that certification, we will be able to realign and get more of our students into those pathways, into carpentry programs, into the building trades, if you will, and other interests of what our city is saying that we need.
That'll be great, and I'm glad that you all are looking at the high demand occupation list that we typically utilize through the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to see the careers in demand, not just here, but across our region. And the second part of that question is relative to additional allocation, meaning has all the dollars been spent for the CTE teachers with the 25 who are already enrolled, and what do we need to potentially be prepared to do during this budget process? That was the ask.
So those funds are right now being utilized. We just did the enrollment for the fall. In the spring, we can come back and give you an update. Once we get the application window closes and Temple University gives us the number of individuals, then we can give you a true summary of the allocation of those funds based off the enrollment of those CTE teachers from the fall and those who are currently enrolling right now for the spring.
Okay, that'll be great because we want to continue to support that effort and that work. And Dr. Watlington, thank you for sharing the status of your contract negotiations earlier in the hearing. I'll go back and listen. And congratulations with PFT, and I think it's the School Police Union as well, and working with 502 with Dr. Cooper. And I think I see CASA here, so thank you to our school administrators for the work that you all do each and every day in our schools. I will reserve the balance of the questions for a written response, but I just have to put on the record that I too agree that Principal Argro is doing a phenomenal job at the Philadelphia High School for Girls. I've watched her recruiting efforts across the city of Philadelphia. I visited with the young people last month around bringing in city resources to our students there as well. Girls High and all of our schools, but really our special admission schools are important to me because I am a product of Masterman, Gompers, Masterman, and Philadelphia High School for Girls. And I just want to ensure as we are going through these transitions with the special admission process, with facilities management, with enrollment management, that we are being cognizant of those institutions as we are doing this work. And so I'll circle back on the special admission process in particular, particularly around some of the information I've heard recently around the racial demographics of those schools to ensure that we are meeting the intended goals of the program. So thank you all very, very much. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Leader. Chris, if we can make sure that at our next monthly meeting, that could be one of the things that we discuss, and we'll invite the Majority Leader to our next monthly meeting. That'll be appreciated. We're trying to close this out real quick. Board President Streeter, just 15 seconds. The annual enrollment numbers that normally go up October 1st, there's still a delay on that? Are they going up anytime soon? What's the delay?
Annual enrollment as it relates to what?
Population of students, all of the enrollment numbers. That normally goes up October 1st, but for some reason it's delayed. Can you just take 15 seconds to explain that? Councilmember Ahmad is going to have a quick question, and then we're going to transition to public comment.
I want to make sure I understand, Mr. Chairman. You said the district's annual enrollment related to? Every October, we have an October 1 snapshot.
Right.
Long story short, last year we grew by 1,841 new students. I don't have that exact number in front of me, but approximately 1,200 to 1,300 of those we've maintained. We did lose about approximately 500 related to the 2.5-week period when SEPTA services were reduced.
I just wanted you to put it on the record. There we go. Thank you, sir. Councilmember Ahmad, quick question.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Sorry I was late. I was at a press conference about human trafficking. We're starting a prevention and awareness campaign in the city, so everybody be aware. But thank you for the chair for letting me get in this one question. I'm late, so I don't know if it's been asked already. As you know, we are in the midst of redoing how SNAP is delivered, how people access that, and all these new regulations that are going in. A few weeks ago, we had a hearing on the crisis that we were facing, and someone from your administration said we had asked about food that is given to our children, the breakfast and the lunch, and we were told about $100 million goes towards food for our students. And however, we also were told that a lot of the food is not eaten. The kids don't, they call it nasty. So there was one question about understanding how we cater to their choices. But the second part, because we are in a crisis in our city, I had asked, is there availability to make that food, which has not been touched, put it on a community table at our schools so the community can have access? I know there's things associated with that. We have a lot of administrators here, and it would fall on them to make this food available to our surrounding community, sort of a community schools approach to the leftover but untouched food. I wanted to know how we can proceed on that.
With your permission, Councilmember Ahmad, I'd like to take that as a homework assignment and put that on the record to ensure that it's absolutely accurate. I can tell you that when we look at the dollars that the USDA appropriates for the federal school lunch programming, the dollars are not robust enough to have filet mignon every day, but it is sustenance. And I say that very respectfully. I also want to note that we've continued uninterrupted serving breakfast, lunch, and in our extended day, extended year program, sending food with children as appropriate. And earlier, Mayor Parker talked about the One Philadelphia Fresh Produce Initiative that we launched that was planned in advance of the SNAP interruptions. And very thankful for the support of Aramark and some doctors and other people who partner with the district and the board. But we'll put that on the record, and I understand the spirit of the question. We'll give you the details.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. With that being said, I want to take a moment to say thank you to a number of people. First of all, thank you, Board President Streeter. We appreciate you being here all day. We understand you're not getting paid to be here. We appreciate your service. We appreciate your transparency, and we appreciate your advocacy for what you believe in. And we have a lot of dialogue about it. And again, I want to personally say thank you, as well as thank you on behalf of City Council. Dr. Watlington, thank you, sir. We appreciate you. We appreciate how you represent our city, both locally as well as nationally. To all of the board members that are still here, thank you very much. To the ones that had to leave, thank you so much. I want to thank the mayor and the mayor's entire administration. I also want to say thank you for the work that you did with Frankfort High School. Frankfort High School is now open. That is very much appreciated. That is a huge capital project that we were able to accomplish. I also want to say thank you to what you did with Lincoln High School. When we talk about over-enrollment in that capital project, we definitely appreciate that. And to your team, Dr. Watlington, I want to definitely say thank you to Mike our finance guy, we were able to move local procurement numbers from 25% to 32%. So if you don't know, since Mike has been in charge of finances, 32% of all school district contracts now go to Philadelphia-based businesses, and that's a huge accomplishment. I want to say thank you to Chris for dealing with all of the issues from City Council. He gets those late night texts and all that other stuff. Laurel, congratulations on having a baby. She used to get the late night texts and all that other stuff. Of course, Colonel Oz Hill and the entire operations team, thank you all so much for the great work that you do. And last but not least, little do you guys know, the person I probably talk to more than anybody is Mr. Craig Johnson. Craig texts me every single day. I don't know if he's still here, but every single day there's a serious issue within the school district of Philadelphia. Craig calls me, texts me. We're on the phone on a consistent basis, and we try to make sure that we're as transparent as possible and as supportive as possible whenever there's a major incident. With that being said, folks, the time right now is 2:30. We're going to take a 15-minute break for our stenographer until 2:45. We'll resume at 2:45 with public comment, and we'll allow 2 minutes for public comment for all of the people who signed up, because there are a lot of you, and we want to hear every one of you. Before we go on recess, I want to give Dr. Watlington and Board Chair Streeter the final word as we transition.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you for this opportunity to appear before the council with Board President Streeter. We do have a food show tomorrow at the Dr. Constance E. Clayton Education Center. I'll ask Chief of Staff Sarah Galbally to get a formal invitation extended
So we
to
got
you.
an important hearing tomorrow. I know it's my bill, so if that food could come down here, we'll be more than willing to go ahead and try that food.
It's all day, I think.
There you go. And let me also say, because he deserves his kudos as well, thank you to Dr. Dawson and the entire academic team for the great work that they do as well, too. Dr. Dawson, thank you. We're on recess until 2:45, and at 2:45, we'll start public comment. Good afternoon, everybody. I want to welcome everybody back. I want to welcome everybody back to the public hearing and public meeting that's happening here today as it relates to the committee as a whole. We've heard from our school district as well as our school board. We've heard from our mayor as well as questions from members of city council. And we're now ready to move into the public comment period. I would just ask that during the public comment period that we respect the comments of everyone who's coming to speak. Even if we don't agree with them, we allow them to have their time. Because we are limited in our time this afternoon, today's hearing has been over 5 hours at this point. We are going to ask the witnesses who are here to testify to try your best to limit your comment to about 2 minutes. We're going to have a timer up here that will specifically time you to try to limit to 2 minutes. So once you hear the timer go off, you'll know that we're coming close to your time ending as it relates to public comment. Members of City Council, as members come in return for public comment, we're going to ask that we allow people to comment and not necessarily engage to comment. Allow folks to say what they have to say, and then we can move forward from there. So with that being said, I would first like to call, and if I say this is the teacher in me, if I say anyone's name wrong, please charge it to my head, not my heart. I would first like to call Dr. Cassandra Saintville. Did I say that right? Good afternoon. As we said, you have about 2 minutes to provide your testimony. Please start by stating your name for the record, and after you state your name for the record, you may begin with your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Cassandra Saintville, Chief Executive Officer of Philadelphia Charters for Excellence, also known as PCE, which represents Philadelphia's brick-and-mortar public charter schools educating more than 64,000 students across our city. Today, you will also hear from charter school leaders and parents who are deeply committed to fairness, accountability, and opportunity for every child in our city. We're here because the current charter authorizing process in Philadelphia is broken. It has lost the consistency and transparency our families deserve. Decisions that should be guided by data and clear policy have become unpredictable and uneven, which undermines the stability that schools need to plan responsibly and serve students well. Such patterns destabilize schools and ultimately hurt students and families. We can all agree that this is not how a strong public education system should work. Recent renewal and contract negotiation practices have been coercive and closed-door, pressuring schools to accept conditions or risk being labeled as non-compliant. While the RISE initiative aims to improve authorizing over time, its current design and pace won't solve the urgent problem schools face today. We need transparency and consistency now, not just years from now. We have two specific requests for City Council's consideration. First, we respectfully urge the City Council to exercise its oversight, authority, and public platform, holding the school board accountable for fair, consistent, and transparent authorizing practices. Second, in the immediate term, we will be asking the school board to pause all non-renewal decisions currently in process, and we respectfully request that City Council publicly support this request. A temporary pause would allow time for a transparent review of recent and pending non-renewal decisions and the procedures used to reach them, so families know the process is fair and aligned with established policy. Families need to know that public school decisions that directly impact their children's futures are made openly, consistently, and with integrity, deserving nothing less. Thank you for your time and your leadership.
Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for sticking to the time commitment. Next up is Amy Hollister. Apologize if I said the name wrong. After Amy is Dr. Alberta O'Brien. So you both can come on up. Please state your name for the record, and you may begin with your testimony.
Amy Hollister. Good afternoon, members of City Council. My name is Amy Hollister, and I serve as the Director of Membership for PCE. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I am a proud graduate of Philadelphia Public Schools, and for 30 years I've served as a teacher, administrator, and advocate. I've dedicated my career to strengthening the educational experiences of our city's youth. In my role at PCE, I work closely with charter school leaders who are deeply committed to ensuring every child can access the learning environment that best meets their needs. Families continue to affirm this through their choices. Today, 1 in 3 public school students attends a charter school, and 26,000 students remain on wait lists. At the core of our mission-driven schools is a nimble, community-rooted approach that extends beyond what is publicly measured. Nearly 80% of our lottery-enrolled students are Black or Latino, and our schools welcome increasing numbers of English learners and students with disabilities. Across my work with more than 70 school leaders directly, concerns about the charter authorizing process remain urgent. Despite years of good faith effort, schools face shifting expectations, inconsistent oversight, and subjective decision-making that appears influenced more by politics than by clear and consistent standards. This instability erodes trust, wastes public dollars, and harms students and families. On the ground, we see a system that is hindered by flawed policy and uneven implementation, which includes 1, discrepancies between the charter school's office recommendations and the final board decisions, 2, closed-door negotiations that pressure schools to accept conditions and sign, 3, an unpredictable and overly burdensome requirements that pull resources from our classrooms, and finally, a fear of retaliation for schools that speak publicly. These patterns undermine the coherent, collaborative system our students deserve. For these reasons, PCE seeks your partnership in pursuing a more independent, transparent, objective authorizing structure. And while the RISE initiative is promising long-term, it does not address the immediate challenges that our schools face today. We need clarity now. We thank you, and in this moment, we ask for steady leadership for equitable, consistent, student-centered collaboration. Thank you for your time and for your leadership on behalf of Philadelphia students.
Thank you for your testimony. Please state your name for the record, and you may begin with your testimony.
Okay, Dr. Alberto O'Brien, the CEO of Community Academy of Philadelphia. As the first charter in Philadelphia, CAP meets the needs of our students with innovation. CAP prioritized strong emotional support teams, multi-tiered support system programs before it was in, experiential education before it was trendy, clear book bags for safety, dual enrollment, and year-round schooling before traditional public schools. It's not just about academics, it's about the whole child, and charters do it innovatively, and we are not cookie cutter. There's a space in Philadelphia for all types of schools to exist so that all the families have the best resources and support, and we need you, City Council, to protect it. One Philadelphia. The Board of Education has an intimate effect on charter schools. The school board lays down the path, the CSO follows. Charters have no choice, no seat at the table, and definitely not in the room where it happens. No one else in education is there, a consistent, loud voice bellowing, "We want to shut you down." They have no transparency, no accountability. There needs to be continued oversight by you. The school board wants us to be them. The charter school law was created to modernize the Pennsylvania Code of 1949. There should be an independent authorizer, someone that does not have skin in the game. The spirit of the law was that charters would help local school districts to be more innovative when dealing with modern education, modern students, and modern community, not the other way around. We seem to have this mixed up in Philly. We need an authorizing process that is consistent while preserving the autonomy and independence of charter schools to do what is the best interest of our students. How can there be non-renewals when the process itself is flawed? Even the lawyers at Ballard Spahr said the math is not mathing. That needs to stop today. City Council, you represent all the children of Philadelphia, including 65,000 charter school students. Their education is in your hands, One Philadelphia. And finally, CAP's doors are always open. We are in our 46th year of educating children in Philadelphia, so come over anytime, visit us. The school board has not visited us yet.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Ashley Redfern. I apologize if I said that wrong. After Ashley will be Matt Kelly, and after Matt Kelly will be Naima Wimberly. I apologize if I said that wrong. Please state your name for the record, and you may begin with your testimony.
My name's Ashley Redfern. I'm CEO for American Paradigm Schools. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the urgent need to stabilize public charter school communities across Philadelphia, especially in the Kensington and Port Richmond areas. I also want to recognize any educator across all public schools who continue to speak up for stabilization, equity, and other issues that impact our students. The COVID pandemic, food insecurity, and longstanding funding inequities have intensified what it takes schools to support students in their learning. American Paradigm Schools serves 4,200 public charter school students across 4 schools: Lindley Academy, First Philadelphia, Tacony, and Memphis Street Academy. Each school is committed to safe and well-maintained facilities and meeting community needs. Memphis Street Academy in particular is one rooted in the most challenging neighborhoods of our city and provides a school-based health center, full food pantry for families, and English classes for students and adults. Our English language learners have a 92% attendance rate currently, showing that when families feel safe and supported, students show up. Yet despite meeting all financial and operational standards, Memphis Street faces potential closure due to the academic success domain. The way this metric is currently applied is structurally and statistically racially biased. It compares schools to district-wide averages without accounting for poverty, trauma, violence, or racial segregation. As a result, schools serving primarily Black and Hispanic students in distressed zip codes are penalized for the demographics of the children they serve, not for instructional quality. State data tells a different story. According to Pennsylvania's own growth measure, PVOS, Memphis Street Academy earned a gross score of 100 in reading and math, far above the state averages of 75 and 74%. Students who often enter with wide academic variation are growing faster than expected because of personalized, data-driven instruction and high supports. Data should strengthen programs, not destabilize communities. Conditional or one-year renewals make it harder to hire, retain staff and teachers, and finance safe facilities. We appreciate the council's attention to the Ballard Spar report, and now the issue should be not only analyzing the framework, but how the process is applied.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Please state your name for the record, and you may begin with your testimony.
My name is Matt Kelly. I am the Chief Executive Officer of Independence Charter School. We are an 810-student K-8 public charter school located in Center City, serving a truly diverse group of students that roughly reflects the city of Philadelphia. Our mission is to promote equity and excellence through rigorous academics, global citizenship, bilingual education, and creative arts. ICS is here today to advocate for meaningful reform in the charter renewal process so that charter schools can spend more time focusing on students and less time jumping through the moving hoops of the current process. Our primary educational goal at ICS is ensuring our graduates are set up for future success, and I'm proud to report that ICS typically sends 75 to 80% of its graduates to criteria-based magnet high schools, the most rigorous high schools in Philadelphia. But this accomplishment requires our staff, and our entire staff, to be all in, focused each and every day on maximizing the support for every student. But here is the inherent paradox of the charter renewal process. Our intense focus on student support is directly jeopardized by the renewal process itself. The extensive documentation, the administrative burden, the constantly shifting metrics required every 5 years or sooner for some schools distract significant energy and resources. This means we are limited in the services we can fully develop or deliver at least once, if not twice, during a student's critical K-8 career at ICS. The process of proving we're worthy of existing often pulls focus away from the students we exist to serve. I want to share the reality of this burden. We have a 7th grade student, let's call her Jade. When she entered, her 4th grade PSSA scores were basic according to the test, but she was making progress. Unfortunately, our academic program last year was delayed in its rollout so that she missed valuable time getting the skills that she needed. While we believe that Jade will make progress this year, she would have benefited from that support last year that we were unable to give. This is the hidden cost of the current system. It limits our ability to fully focus our time and energy on urgent student needs when we are undergoing renewal, which can be the critical time that specialized support is needed. So in closing, I ask that this council step in and take oversight over the school board to improve the renewal process and charter governance overall. Our students deserve a renewal process that reinforces rather than distracts from our shared mission of education. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you state your name for the record, let me have Andrea Crompton, who will be next. Apologize if I said that wrong. Isabel Ortiz will be after Andrea. Please state your name for the record, and you may begin with your testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is Naima Wimberly, CEO of Tacony Academy Charter School, and I'm here to tell our story. Since 2009, our school has upheld a mission rooted in equity and excellence. Today, Tacony Academy proudly serves approximately 1,100 scholars in grades K-12 in Northeast Philadelphia. From the beginning, we were founded on the principles of a caring school community, placing the social and emotional well-being of our scholars at the center of everything we do. This year, I'm especially proud to highlight 2 major accomplishments from the 24-25 school year that uniquely positioned us to bring the PCPCS 2025 Charter School of the Year Award back to Philadelphia just a few weeks ago. First, Tacony has expanded beyond traditional academics with the launch of our Medical and Technical Skills Institute, which offers career-ready certification programs in high-demand fields. Our inaugural phlebotomy certification program successfully launched this past summer, allowing seniors to gain workforce-ready credentials without ever leaving campus. This spring, we are expanding to include clinical medical assistant, veterinary tech, digital marketing, and more. These pathways address PA's urgent workforce needs while building confidence, pride, and purpose in our scholars. Second, our commitment to excellence, both academically and athletically, has earned us national recognition. Tacony Academy High School became the very first high school in the entire country to achieve Level 3 status in the prestigious National Federation of State High School Association School Honor Roll. Our middle school earned Level 1 status, demonstrating athletics excellence across all grade levels. In addition, we are one of only 40 schools nationwide to receive the NIAAA Quality Program Assessment Award. Board. And Tacony Academy is the only charter school to have earned this national recognition in its 17-year history. So as we celebrate these accomplishments at Tacony and the many successes across Philadelphia's charter school sector, we ask for your continued support. Charter schools ensure that every student has access to a high-quality education regardless of background, zip code, or learning pathway. When Philadelphia's youth win, we all win. Let us remain unwavering in our responsibility to put students first in every conversation, every policy, and every outcome. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Please state your name for the record, and you may begin with your testimony.
Andrea Crumpton. Good afternoon, Council President Johnson, member of City Council. My name is Andrea Crumpton. I am the parent of a first grade student at KIPP North Philadelphia Academy, and my oldest daughter started there in kindergarten. My family has been part of the KIPP community for many years. For me, the story of KIPP North is the story of how a school can stand by a family through real life challenges. There are times when I was going through serious personal and family crises, times when I needed support answers and people who would take what was happening with my children seriously. KIPP North was there in those moments. Staff members like Dean Harris and Ms. Martin did not just do their jobs, they listened. They checked in on me, they helped me understand what my children needed. They treated us like family. When something happened with one of my kids, they responded with urgency and care, and they worked with me to get the right support in place. One of the hardest times was with my youngest son. He is now in first grade. When he started kindergarten, we did not know he had autism. We did not understand why he was struggling or what he needed. Then he had to go inpatient at Belmont Hospital. And when he returned in January, the school welcomed him back with understanding and patience. They adjusted for him, they accommodated him, and they gave him what he needed to be successful. He is doing wonderfully now because he is in an environment that knows how to support him and makes him feel included. This is why KIPP North matters. My son will not get this level of support in our local public school. Public schools in our neighborhoods do not have the special education programs, the staffing, or the consistency he needs. If KIPP North closes, the only option that will meet his needs in an approved private school because the public school is not a fit for him. And that is true for many children at KIPP North who have emotional or behavioral needs. They rely on the small environment, the relationship, and the stability here. Closing this school will not just move children in different buildings, it will uproot kids who have already been through so much. It will force children who are finally thriving to start over in schools that cannot meet their needs. It will impact families who depend on the trust and the communication that KIPP North has built with us. I want City Council to really think about that. Think about the students who will be affected the most. Think about whether you would feel comfortable sending your own child to neighborhood public school we are zoned for. Many of us cannot afford private schools. We rely on KIPP North because it works for our kids and because it is a place where they feel safe and supported. No school is perfect, but KIPP North has stood by my children and by me through some of the hardest moments of our lives. The kind of support cannot be replaced by simply assigning us to another school. I'm asking you to consider the impact of our children in our community. Please give them the chance to stay in the school where they are finally grown, support, and understand. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. I understand that there are a number of people who had to leave early and wanted to provide written testimony, so we'll ensure that that written testimony gets added to the record. Up next is Shanika Baker. After Shanika Baker, we'll have Natalie Wiltshire. I'm sorry if I said that wrong. And then we'll have Julian Lopez, and we'll close out with Lisa Haver. Apologize if I said someone's name wrong.
Good afternoon, members of City Council. My name is Natalie Wiltshire, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of KIPP Philadelphia Public Schools. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today as you hear testimony from the school board and the school district of Philadelphia. I am not here alone. 44 of our families took the time out of their day to be here with me in support of their children. You did just mention that many of them were scheduled to speak today, but as it is dismissal time, they had to leave to get their children. As the board comes before you today, I'm asking this body to urge them to pause all non-renewal actions, particularly for schools like KIPP North Philadelphia Academy that opened immediately before the pandemic and are being evaluated under a framework the district already knows is flawed. In 2023, the independent ballot SPAR report found that Philadelphia's charter authorizing system was inconsistent, opaque, and inequitable in its application. Nothing about that system has changed since that report. Yet schools continue to be judged under rules the district is already working to rebuild. KIPP North is a clear example of why a pause is necessary. KIPP North opened in the 2018-19 school year, just 18 months before COVID-19 shut down every school in Philadelphia. The school was still new, stabilizing its culture, building its team, and growing its enrollment. Students did not return fully to the building until spring 2022. Yet in 2023, only 1 year after students were back in person, the school was issued a one-year renewal. A one-year renewal creates profound instability. Families begin to question whether their children will have a school next year. Teachers and staff consider leaving because they need security. Recruitment becomes more difficult. Year-to-year uncertainty undermines the very progress the school board says it's measuring. And in North Philadelphia, we must view this in the context of history. For the past 2 decades, North Philadelphia has endured repeated school closures from M.H. Stanton, Reynolds, Fairhill, and others. Each closure brought blight, disinvestment, and trauma. Children were displaced, families lost trusted anchors, and neighborhoods absorbed the impact. Many of these communities are still living with the scars of those decisions. And today, that uncertainty is rising again. The school district is in the middle of developing a new long-term facilities plan, one that could lead to additional closures or consolidations. Families across North Philadelphia are already anxious about whether their neighborhood school, district, or charter will remain open. Adding a non-renewal process for KIPP North on top of that only deepens instability in a community that has already shouldered far more than its share. We must acknowledge what KIPP North represents for its neighborhood. The school operates in the former M.H. Stanton building, which a district closed in 2013. When the building sat empty, it became a danger. Squatters, drugs, illegal dumping, constant safety concerns. A building that should have been a public asset became a public threat. KIPP North changed that. It transformed the site from blight into a community hub, a place where 860 children learn, families gather, and the neighborhood has safe, reliable access to resources and stability. To move toward non-renewal now, while the authorizing system is being rebuilt, while the facilities plan is still unfinished, and while North Philadelphia once again faces the threat of school closures, would destabilize not just the school, but the entire community and 860 families that depend on it. City Council has a powerful voice in ensuring fairness, clarity, and stability in public education decisions. I'm asking you to use that voice to urge the school board to pause non-renewal decisions and adopt the recommendation of the Charter Schools Office for 5-year renewals until the new authorizing framework and facilities plan are complete, and until schools like KIPP North, opened just before a global pandemic, are given a fair chance to demonstrate long-term progress. Our students deserve stability, our families deserve transparency, and our communities deserve thriving schools, not another cycle of uncertainty and loss. Thank you for your leadership and your commitment to Philadelphia's children. I appreciate your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Shanika Baker, Julian Lopez, Lisa Haver. Those are the last 3 people. Shanika Baker, Julian Lopez, Lisa Haver. Are any of them folks? Well, I know Lisa's here. The other 2 folks are, okay. Let's come on, all 3 people could make their way up so we can get ready to close out for today. You can get started. State your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Julian Lopez.
I'm sorry, I said your name wrong. I apologize.
You're okay. You read it how it's spelled, so I'll take that as a win. I'm here speaking on behalf of Philadelphia Montessori Charter School. We are a 250-student school in the far southwest of Philadelphia, about as far southwest as you can go and still technically be considered in Philadelphia. We serve predominantly a Black and Latino population, and I am actually representing the school not as a director or as a CEO, but as a former teacher and as a current staff member. In my understanding, the purpose of a charter school is flexibility and the idea of freedom in how schools are run. The logic follows that not every child learns the same, so why should we teach them the same? To that end, a Montessori-based public school should fit right in. It combines the helpful principles of Montessori-based education, by tempering them with the public school accountability. We have had students consistently choose our school despite its distance and location from them. Students from North Philadelphia choose Montessori, our school, and we have had students from other countries come and stay with us, even though it is not convenient for them because of our environment fostering a helpful and successful environment for their children. However, currently there are only 11 Montessori schools in Philadelphia. 10 of them are private, 1 of them is public, and that is us. And currently we are unsure about our current future because of the way that the framework is set up. The framework seems to disproportionately be advantageous to certain schools that we do not share similar qualities with. Large schools or K-8 schools seem to have a much better advantage in the current framework, and even they are having problems meeting the standards set forth by the Charter School Office in the City of Philadelphia. Schools that receive similar scores on their ACE reports are given wildly different decisions, and there is not a clear understanding about why this is. It is our belief that the Montessori education is valuable for students. It is not just a buzzword for suburban schools. Montessori is not just for rich kids in the outer areas of Philadelphia. We believe it is also for inner city Philadelphian children. And we ask that the City Council help protect these schools from an unfair system of evaluation.
Thank you for your testimony. So I just want to make sure that we have nobody, this is the last person for public comment. No one else who signed up for public comment is here. Shanika Baker was one name that was called that we haven't heard from. I think everybody else is good to go. Please state your name for the record and give it your testimony.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Lisa Haber. I'm a former Philadelphia public school teacher and co-founder and coordinator of the Alliance for Philadelphia Public Schools. Thank you for having this hearing today. I want to thank the remaining city council members who are here to actually listen to the public. Really appreciate it. I have a little bit of a different perspective on what's been said here today. The Alliance that we're part of, and it's grassroots organization. We are mostly retired teachers, librarians, counselors who have been in the public schools. And part of what we do is evaluate, looking at what charter schools have done. And, you know, we've been around since 2012, and I think it's important to remember that when people were selling the whole idea of charters as a replacement for public schools, the main selling point was whatever public schools are doing, especially in poor and minority communities, we can do better. So it's important to understand that if you say we're going to do better, you have to actually show that you've done better. And that's shown by the evaluations. And every year, APS does a summary of the evaluations. And I want to also point out that the current performance framework, and actually it's in process to change that performance framework, was fashioned with the full cooperation in a series of meetings about 5 years ago or so with charter operators. So that is the performance framework, you know, that people are referring to. And I want to say it was a little, you know, upsetting to come here today and not really hear anything about closing of the neighborhood public schools. We know that, yeah, I know you're going to have a hearing on that. Thank you, Councilmember Thomas.
I won't stop you. I just want to provide a point of information, and I stopped the clock, so it's not going to impact your time. But I just want to provide a point of information for the public that we decided to pause those type of questions because we're going to have a facilities hearing in January. And just wanted to put that information. I know you know, but I wanted to put that information on the record for the public.
Well, I mean, we've heard a lot today about non-renewal of charter schools. There are many charter schools that have been renewed even though they do not meet standards. And I mean, you know, academic or financial or organizational standards that are way below. Like you can have does not meet, you can have academic rating below 45%, as at least 2 schools did in the latest round, and you can still be renewed by the board. When the district and the board moves to close public schools, people in those communities whose children go to neighborhood public schools have no recourse, none. I mean, we've heard about public engagements, we hear about people going out in the community, but there is no legal recourse. When this authorizing body, which is the school district and the Board of Education, moves to not renew a charter school, the charter school is entitled to, and their legal fees are paid so that they can have due process. And that can take years through the Charter Appeal Board, through the local courts. It can go up to, theoretically, to the Supreme Court. So it's interesting, to hear what is being said, but in reality, there are many schools that are not meeting standards that are still being renewed. So I'm hoping that members of City Council will take action because time is running out. I know the board and the administration says, we're going to have more public engagement. I don't know how much more public engagement you can hear because as I pointed out at the last board meeting, members of APS who went to meetings in neighborhoods across the city did not hear one parent or student or community member say, yeah, you know what? You should close some public schools. Not one. And we went to almost every single meeting. So I don't know what more the board needs to hear, but I'm hoping that City Council will take up for the people in those neighborhood schools. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your public comment and your continued advocacy. Thank you to everybody who stayed to provide public comment today. Thank you to my colleagues of City Council for being here. I know some folks are visibly here, some folks are watching the live stream, but to all of the parents, educators, advocates, stakeholders who decided to spend 5 hours and 34 minutes concerned about public education and advocating for the children of the city of Philadelphia, we just truly want to say thank you. We appreciate you. We listened to everything that everyone said. Absolutely. And the work continues. So with that being said, I hereby adjourn today's hearing. Thank you all for coming out. We very much appreciate it. Hearing adjourned.